Hello. Hello and welcome, everyone. Congratulations on getting to Heavensward. Realm Reborn takes a while. In just a moment, it'll be time to resume healing. Hopefully, I know enough about how to play Scholar for when the battle at the end of that questline inevitably happens. Alrighty then. Whoop. Here we are. There are many boxes here, but none of them can be... You cannot sit in any of the boxes, but you can sit on the big box that is itself surrounded by smaller boxes. So it's not unlike sitting in a box, maybe. Possibly. Hi, Sucro. Is everybody ready for healing? I don't know if I am. We'll find out. Yeah. That would be considered causing trouble by some, I think. Potentially. Blasphemy Hunter here still resembles a weird parallel dimension Sucro. Laying the past to rest. Here you are, Sucro. Commander Alden has asked me to convey to you the following information. At present, we're looking into reports of missing relatives of the Crania Lupi. With the cooperation of the Silver Griffins, we're currently searching for any clues as to their whereabouts. Thanks to the concerted efforts of Ragnfrid and the others, the general public's been willing to cooperate with our investigation. Though many still harbor feelings of distrust for the collaborators and their kin, they've grown more receptive to our cause on the whole. Our involved's been making steady progress in preparing for the memorial ceremony. Plans to host a meeting between the various community leaders to go over the finer details. In fact, he was wondering whether you could assist in delivering the invitations. If you can spare the time, you should be able to find him in the Mercantile District. Anyway, that's all for now. I have a few other matters to attend to, so if you'll excuse me, duty calls. Salute. Thank you, Parallel Dimension Sucro. And by Parallel Dimension, I don't mean one of the reflections or shards or whatever. Hello and welcome. That is a rolling sphere. A powerful Pokemon. But yeah, as by Parallel Dimension Sucro, I don't mean one of the shards, unless in an ultimate twist, Blasphemy Hunter is actually Sucro's reflection from the insert shard that is not destroyed here. I will never remember which ones are still fine. Never. I know the first is fine. I know the source is fine. I know the 13th is not fine. That's all I know. Anyway. Thanks for coming. Should come as no surprise that planning a memorial ceremony for a whole bloody nation would keep a man busy. But by Rolgar, this is something else. The hardest part's been gathering information on those who died in the war, especially when it comes to the skulls and other conscripts. And they're the ones we need to treat most carefully. Bunch of scientists with the Hero of Light and Tataru carrying them on everything else. Yeah. That is sometimes true. The 13th still has a distinct existence, that's true. 1st, 4th, 8th, 9th, and 11th remain. I see. I wonder what any of those are, or if we'll ever learn more. If we don't acknowledge the crimes of our kin and all their painful truth, then we do a disservice to their victims, living and dead. But if we let people paint them as monsters who did monstrous things, things we believe we would never do, then we perpetuate a different but no less dangerous lie. As for preparing the event itself, I'll be holding a meeting with members from each of the settlements around Girabanya. I've sent invitations to most of them already, but I was hoping you'd help me with the last two. There's Miraz Nun in the Piran Stones and Sarisha in Vera Nila. I'll give you one for each. Hey, I remember those two. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they refused, considering how their people suffered at the hands of the Skulls, but I hope we can remind them that deep down, we're all just people trying to survive, to protect our loved ones. We may have driven the Empire from our lands, but as long as we hold fast to the grudges that born of their attempts to divide us, and set us against one another, we'll never be free of their legacy of cruelty. With that in mind, I've included an account of my experiences with the Silver Griffins and the people I've met. Victims, collaborators, their friends and their family, men and women who lived through it all, survivors. Even if they refuse to join the ceremony, at least they'll know and hopefully understand our reasons for holding the event. Granted, I've not had much practice in writing important letters, but I think they'll get the message. You being the one to deliver them will make a world of difference, I'm sure. Take care, won't you? Miraz Nun and Sarisha end up refusing the invitation. It'll be no fault of yours. At the very least, you'll have a chance to hear their thoughts on the matter. It is occurring to me that while you could probably argue that healing is sort of a theme of the magical DPS one that we've seen as well, as in the healing of a nation after various tragedies and whatnot, it is definitely a theme of this one, so that does sort of connect it to the role in some way. I'm sure there's some sort of abstract connection with magical DPS for the previous one that I could think of eventually. Greetings, friend. It's been too long since we last spoke. What brings you to my village? The weight of the words within is almost tangible in addition to the weight of the paper itself. Arenvald's invitation. So the rumors are true. I need not read this letter in full to know its contents. I understand that Ragnfrid's volunteers are working to support the families of those lost in the war, which few will deny is a worthy cause, but to include the relatives of the Crania Lupi? Yeah. That's true. Maybe magical DPS is connected to the Ishgard ones because magic was seen as like, not like exactly, but it's kind of like heretical, or kind of was heretical. Sort of, maybe, kinda, not exactly. Summoner in particular feels a little bit more connected there. Astrologian is interesting. It's currently kind of, there's a lot of buttons to press with Astrologian. Jobs are chosen mostly to complement the heads of state you're working with. That makes sense too. But it's fun to try and find thematic connections. The Skulls watched the Empire slay us in our thousands, and still they turned their cloaks and fought with our oppressors. And you would ask us to mourn the deaths of those curs alongside their victims. I ask only that you read the rest of the letter, or you have every right to be angry and refuse. Arenvald wishes only that you read his account before coming to a decision. You have every right to be angry and refuse. Arenvald only wishes that you read his account before coming to a decision. Gasp. To dismiss it out of hand would be discourteous. Very well. Read the dang letter versus look, okay, I get it. Yeah, exactly. Family. As known, my tribe is my family, and I know all too well the responsibility that brings. I would do anything to protect them. Anything. Loyalty, pride, conscience, my very soul. All are meaningless if I cannot ensure the safety of those I love. I have no idea what this person's voice sounded like. I don't remember it all, so I'm guessing. I suspected some skulls had been faced with the selfsame choice, but to see how their kin suffered, I cannot say I do not understand, though I wish that I did not. Their crimes will never be forgiven. They cannot be. But I and any others who are willing can offer our prayers for these tortured souls and the men they could have been. Nod. Nod. I accept the invitation, not on behalf of the M tribe, but as Imraz Nun, though I will put the question to my people that they may decide for themselves. I'm also eager to make the acquaintance of the person who wrote this letter. He's not wont to turn a blind eye to the bitter truth, painful though it is to confront. The meeting will be the perfect opportunity to take his measure. Smile, nod. I will convey your friend's intent to the rest of the tribe before attending the memorial ceremony. Those who cannot support it will not interfere. You have my word. Thank you, Imraz. Actually, I don't remember how the M is pronounced. I think it's like Ma. It could be Mu. It could be Muraz. Hello. Welcome. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Letter. Then it is as I suspected. There have been rumors that such a ceremony would take place. Although you have traveled far to make this invitation, I must decline. We cannot mourn the loss of the fallen if the Crania Lupi are to be counted among them. Like the Kalyana, they chose to aid the Garlean oppressors, killing and bleeding for those who would pillage our lands, cowards and traitors all. And are we to assume that Kalyana who died fighting for the Empire will be honored as well? If so, that is all the more reason for us to refuse. That's your right, no one will say otherwise. I come only to present a letter and ask that you read it in full. Our Arenvald understands and accepts that you might refuse. His only request is that you read his account and then decide. These are both more similar than the just read the dang letter. Arenvald understands and accepts you might refuse. His only request is that you read his account and then decide. Thinking. If you insist. Zarisha does not have an animation for looking at a letter. ... No one was spared suffering in the occupation. Not the resistance, not the collaborators, not the families of both. No one. That so many would die in shame and ignominy, having sold their souls only to lose everything. It is a tragedy, and a lesson. If they are forgotten, then the lesson of their folly is forgotten. For the sake of this land we call home, I will join you in remembrance, and implore my people to do the same. In mourning, may we strengthen our ties with our neighbors as well. By together facing our past, we can build a foundation for lasting peace and prosperity. It would be my honor to attend the proposed meeting, and I look forward to personally thanking your friend Arenvald for his dedication. I and my peers have much to learn from the example he has set. Yeah, they both accept it for, like, different reasons. And that's very cool. I was thinking, like, it would seem maybe a little more realistic if one of them declined. And I'm also thinking, like, geez, Arenvald is, like, an incredible letter writer, apparently. Natural 20 persuasion on that letter. But, like, they both have their reasons for, like, being uncertain. And they both have different reasons for being convinced, so it still works. So how did you fare in the fringes? Both people accepted. They said that about me. It's rare for me to get such glowing praise, especially from renowned leaders like Sarisha and Maraz Nun. More importantly, though, they agreed to attend the meeting, and I've got you to thank for that. After all, I imagine it's hard to turn down an invitation when it's hand-delivered by the Warrior of Light herself. That had very little to do with it, truthfully, because they were convinced by the letter and not me. Before I get ahead of myself, though, I must remember this is only the beginning. Bringing everyone together is one thing. Coming to an agreement on an extremely divisive issue is a different kettle of fish entirely, as Her Grace was quick to point out. But as she's taught me, if our cause is just and our hearts are true, those of like mind will surely answer the call. And answer it they have. While there are bound to be differences of opinion, I'm sure there's nothing we can't overcome if we put our minds to it. To that end, I was hoping you could join us, if you'd time to spare. There are still a few loose ends Ragnfrid and I need to tie up beforehand, so we'll meet you in the palace as soon as we can. Just having you there will make a world of difference. Once we've gotten everything in order, Ragnfrid and I will meet you in the palace. All over the place, attempting to convey Arenvald's accent semi-correctly. I find that I criticize my own quote-unquote voice acting very often, for some reason. Here for the meeting, yes? Should we have, like, a dedicated meeting room that's not the place where we were attacked by a primal once? So while we all agree upon the importance of the ceremony, we recognize that the inclusion of the cranial lupi will be distressing for many. I too lost family at their hands, and I would never ask others to forgive and forget. But for all their crimes, they were Alamegans just like us. None made the decision to side with Garlemald lately. They had a choice, and they chose to betray us. Who among us have not made difficult choices for kith and kin, and do not forget that Fordola chose to stand between us and a primal? What does that have to do with it?
Ah, Mog. USS.
Close enough. Brothers and sisters, arguing will avail us not. The fate of Alamigo rests on my shoulders and yours, on those of every man, woman, and child that calls these lands home.
Good evening.
Hello and welcome. To uphold our honor, to strive for prosperity, to protect our loved ones, we all know the weight of these responsibilities. Was that self-same weight which drove many of our people to serve our oppressors, misguided as it was. And though they chose a different, unconscionable path, in the end we all wanted the same thing, to deliver our families from persecution, that they might live to see one more day. Because another day in shame and self-hatred was still better than none at all. The regretful dead are survived by their despair, a despair which threatens to drag us all into an abyss from where there is no escape. Know that it surely will if we welcome it into our hearts out of disdain for those we cannot forgive. But we Alamegans will not be so easily defeated. We will stand united and conquer this menace. Various nodding and shrugging. Every Alamegan who fought and died did so in the hopes that one day we would be free. And we are free. We are free. By the blood of our fallen brothers and sisters, we are free. Free to lock away the pain and pretend it has no power over us until it festers and takes us in our beds. And free to lay it bare and let it breathe. To acknowledge and to mourn our people at their best and their worst. The Telegy emojis are still a great decision that I made. Not to pat myself on the back too much. The past is ours to bear, all of it, for ourselves and for future generations, so that they needn't suffer like we did. Let us make Alamigo a nation where no man is left behind, where he can make all the wrong choices and still be afforded the chance to make a right one. You know, that's probably fair. I should probably be kinder to myself in general. Smile. Smile. Arenvald is a lot better at speech, persuasion, and letter writing than he thinks he is. We may or may not end up cleaving more villains in half. I don't think the method of destruction is as important as the destruction if they are a villain deserving of it. And I only have so many emoji slots. I mean, emote slots, anyway. Only Telechi can exist as two. We see a lot of important people coming and going around here. Even though I should be used to it by now, I can't help feeling nervous. That went better than any of us could have hoped for. You have my gratitude for your part in the proceedings, but we both know who the real hero of the day was. This was all Arenvald's idea, and it was his words that finally won over the naysayers. Now that we have the community leaders on our side, we should have a much easier time convincing the rest of the citizenry. Of course, holding the ceremony is by no means our final objective. No matter what we say, some will refuse to attend. It is my hope, however, that it will still serve to provide a measure of closure for us all, and to ease the plight of the vulnerable and ostracized. Del Toro quest? I have no idea what that is. Speaking of which, you will recall the incident with Fordola and Alagana. The young girl she saved and her mother wished to thank her personally. Considering what happened last time, though, I have reservations. It would be a valuable opportunity to present a former skull in a more positive light. On the other hand, I don't need to tell you how unpredictable she can be, and that's before taking her echo into consideration. But that's a conversation for another day. Go and get some rest. You've earned it. Trail of Skulls. Fish. The Blasphemy Hunter may seem calm and collected from a distance, but you suspect something is amiss. Is it that she's parallel dimension Sucro? Oh, that's pretty extreme, yeah. So, this description describes her as the Blasphemy Hunter. But I still like the idea that Blasphemy Hunter is her name somehow. Something terrible's happened. Questioning head tilt. It's Fordola. She's escaped. What? What do you mean? She was accompanying a squadron out on a training exercise. One moment she was there, and the next she was gone. I didn't think much of it at the time, but she's been acting strangely ever since she went to meet that mother and child. You know, the ones who wanted to thank her for saving the girl's life? When I told Commander Alden about it, he went charging off to Allegana to ask him if they have any idea where Ferdola might be. Thought about going after him, but when I heard you were headed this way, I reckoned it'd be better to send you in my stead. Godspeed, Sucro. See, look, she even says, I reckon. This is all the proof that I need. That she's parallel Sucro, who also totally says, I reckon, probably. Ferdola's an enigma at the best of times, but she's got her reasons. I haven't the slightest clue what they could be. Have we done something wrong? I know you. You're friends with the brave lady, aren't you? Gods be good. What is she thinking? It's me, Sucro.
Sucro? I wasn't expecting to see you here. You heard what's happened, then?
You've heard what's happened, then?
Just as Fordola was beginning to earn our trust, she's given us the slip. As you may know, she wears a choker enchanted to prevent exactly that. If I were to give the order, she would be dead within moments, and she knows that. She took the risk anyway, so I have to believe she has a good reason.
That's what we're looking into now.
We were hoping Clarel and young Lily here could shed some light on the matter.
Nod. We'd like to ask you about your conversation with Fordola, if we may. Yes, of course. I know she's the butcher, or was, at least, but it didn't seem right to go without thanking her. That's why I requested the meeting, to express my gratitude and my apologies. She was quiet at first, just stood there as we spoke, as if she weren't even listening, and then I mentioned the blasphemy, and she looked at Lily, and all of a sudden clutched her own head and cried out in agony. That's about what I expected. It's Echo. Gasp.
The Echo.
Can you remember what you were thinking about at the time? Nod. A man. The one I saw in the city. What? Who? Did he have something to do with all those people panicking? Nod. Wait, did you see the person transform? I guess you did. I think he did. When I was waiting for you, I saw him. He was by himself. What a coincidence. He looked poorly, so I asked if he was all right, and he said yes. He had a nice smile. Blaze. That's a good shortening of blasphemy hunting. He got up and started walking, but then... Did we see Lily in the cutscene? I don't remember that. He was shouting and screaming. I was so frightened I didn't want to talk about it, not even to Mum. I wish you'd said something sooner. I'm sorry, Poppet. This is my fault for leaving you on your own. Shake head.
The man who turned into a blasphemy, I'd wager. The girl saw him, which means Fordola has now seen him too.
There was one other thing. When Fordola was having her, funny turn, she said something. Charlie? No, Charlotte, I think. Charlotte, I think. That was it. Yes, that was it.
Ring any bells?
Can't say it does. But if he has anything to do with the skulls, the Silver Griffin should have some information on him.
We'd best have a word with Ragnfrid, then.
Nod.
You've both been very helpful. I'd also like to thank you for being so kind to Fordola. She may not have said it, but I'm sure it meant a lot to her.
Nod. I have a couple more things I'd like to ask, so I'll catch up with you later. Nod. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. These are the 2 role quests that were in that cutscene. I didn't think about how there weren't the other ones in that cutscene is more accurate, because I already forgot. Whatever she's dealing with, she needn't face it alone. I wish I could have told her that, even though I know she probably wouldn't have listened. Where did the brave lady go? Fordola may well be everything people say she is, or worse, but she did us a good turn that day. I'll never forget it.
I have a feeling this Charlotte and Fordola are connected in some way.
Is it Charlotte? Charlotte? I don't know.
Yes, that name came up during our recent investigations. As I recall, he served under the Viceroy.
We have no pronunciation guide? Fair.
He served under the Viceroy during the occupation, and his whereabouts is currently unknown. Had an older brother named Ansfred, one of the Crania Lupi.
Charlotte? Okay.
Which would give him a connection to Fordola. Is there anyone who can tell us more about him? Yes, an uncle, who we recently helped find employment here in Alagana. He's actually the one who asked us to look for Charlotte. You'll most likely find him working at the Sleeping Stones. As it happens, I was planning to bring him something to eat. I'll join you there shortly.
Nod.
You might think a quarry is no place for a man of advanced years.
Okay, that's actually not a terribly relevant line of dialogue that I think is probably just something Ragnfrid says normally. Also, I wonder if any of the role quests are going to involve combat before the final step. So far, like, we've used the healing action, TM, copyright, registered trademark, but we haven't actually, like, done anything with actual, like, job abilities, including combat in this one. And I don't think there was anything until the final step in the magical DPS one. Oh, there were a few times I had to stab Terminus. You're right, I forgot about that. But yeah, there's probably not going to be a lot of combat, which is interesting. There doesn't need to be combat, to be clear. It's just interesting, and it also makes the roles feel less connected to the thing. Could be different for some of the other ones, though, who knows?
Perhaps we should have asked what he looks like.
You know, maybe.
Still looking, eh? That's him over there.
Well, that's convenient. I think there was a nod there, but Sucro was like looking up at an angle at the same time as nodding, so it looked strange.
I hope we're not interrupting. No, of course not. It's good to see you, Ragnfrid. My word, the Bulla Alamigo and the champion of the Alliance. What brings such esteemed guests to our humble, quarry?
Maybe the quarry thing was actually relevant. I should have read that. Whoops. Is that... I thought it was Ragnfrid talking about himself and sort of like... I don't know why I thought that. There it is.
You might think a quarry is no place for a man of advanced years, and perhaps you'd be right. But hard times are the only times we've known, even before the occupation, and I doubt that'll change much within my lifetime,
is what he said. That is actually more relevant than I realized.
At ease, my good fellow. We merely wish to ask you about your nephew.
Gasp. Charlotte? You found him? Shake head.
No luck yet, then. Is there anything you can tell us? More about his childhood, perhaps? There wasn't much of one, I'm afraid. Poor boy's life was ruined long before he had any say in the matter. His parents and I swore allegiance to Garlemald to secure ourselves and our kin's citizenship, for all the good it did us here, living amongst our countrymen who treated us as pariahs. Took its toll on him and his brother, to be spat on as traitors by association. One thing led to another, and Ansfrid, together with most of his friends, joined the Imperial Army. That's how it started, you know, the Crania Lupi. Gaius's loyal little pups. Do you remember the names of these friends? Yes, they had quite the reputation growing up. There was Emlyn, Rudolph, and the angry little girl who grew up to become the butcher herself, Fordola.
Gasp.
Charlotte was part of their group too, yes? But from what we'd heard, he chose not to become a soldier. Wouldn't have lasted a day in training. He knew that better than anyone, of course, not that it helped him to feel any less guilty for turning his back on the others. He blamed himself for their deaths, for not stopping them when he had the chance, for not being strong enough to fight by their side. Maybe save them, maybe not. But he wasn't there and he wished he had been. Then one day, he was gone. Wherever he is, I hope he's safe and well.
Concerned look.
So do we. Thank you. The information you've shared could prove useful. And for you, I've brought some food. Why don't you call it a day and go and enjoy it with your family?
Nod.
Let him have the peace. Let him have the peace for now. Back to Alagana.
Nod. By the way, since the other one we're doing today is Melee DPS, as you may have guessed, I did not somehow manage to gain 1 billion levels on Ninja in time, but I am level 55. So we will be doing that as Reaper. And I will remind everyone that Reaper Sucro is not canon. Partly because it's just funny to continuously insist that. Unless, of course, secretly, everything is canon. The Ninja Quest villain? Which one? I mean, I've only seen much of the Ninja Quest villain from the Realm Reborn part. Karasu. Karasu is silly. Master Gekkai is a little bit less silly. I've only seen, like, the Heavensward Ninja villain, or a Heavensward Ninja villain once. There's a princess who's very insistent that she doesn't need our help in the, By the way, while I'm thinking about Ninja, the victory, I've shown all the victory and battle stance animations before, but the ninja stuff is very silly. Like, there's like this smug look in the victory. Like, what is this victory pose? This smug look while like holding a knife is funny. And the battle stance has like spinny knives. And also this part that is, I suppose, supposed to emulate like the menacing licking of one's knife, but there's no animation like relevant to that. And I'm thankful that they didn't try to make that an elaborate knife licking animation, because that would be gross to me. But it just looks like I'm like sort of miming it, or just sort of holding the knife up, or maybe like sniffing at it, and it's weird. It's somewhere between this is very silly and I don't like this, but I do think the spinning is funny. The spinning is fun. Sucro is very talented. The sheathing animation is also a bit silly. I like ninjas so far, though. I mean, there's a lot of things about ninja that are a bit silly. Like this is probably a bit silly. That's not as silly. Smoke bomb. Okay, enough of that. Whoop, I almost switched back to paladin instinctively. Thank you, Eos. I appreciate it. That little girl's worried about Fordola. As for the mother, well, it's complicated. Understandable, really. Once we know for certain what has become of Charlotte, we'll have to tell his uncle. So not only was his brother a member of the Skulls, but Charlotte himself was a childhood friend of Fordola's. I'm told he refused the support of the Silver Griffins as well. He's been trying to make his own way for some time now. His brother and his friends died at Specula Imperatoris, save for Fordola, and the gods only know how he felt about her after that. I find you don't have to worry too much about where Eos is placed. A general tip is to put the ferry in the center of a boss arena, and that's usually fine. Unless you're doing like really high-end content, you probably don't need to worry about ferry placement too much, generally. Or, that's the wrong voice. Or how Fordola felt about Charlotte after seeing Lily's memory of him transformed into a blasphemy. Brother of a man she killed and a childhood friend besides. She thinks she's responsible for this. That's why she ran, to kill the beast. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm worried about her. They probably did buff the fairy range. Fordola is a survivor and an outcast herself. Exactly the sort of person the Silver Griffins are trying to support. You've seen for yourself the sacrifices she's willing to make, and if you can learn to feel sympathy for her, maybe others can too. Group nod. I think we have enough information for the time being. Let's return to the city and plan our next move. Nod. Let's plan the part where you actually do a fight. As the saying goes, history is written by the victor, and I'll wager those who swore loyalty to Garlemald never thought they'd find themselves on the losing side. But they did, and they paid a price. Maybe not enough for some, but we've got to draw a line somewhere. To some, Fordola is a monster worse than any blasphemy, but I've seen enough working with the Silver Griffin to realize it's never that simple. I want to believe there's hope for her. There's hope for us all. It's interesting to say that Sage is the most mobile healer. I think that Scholar is actually one of the more mobile healers by virtue of having access to Ruin 2. Like they are mobile when on the offensive, whereas Sage is mobile when on the defensive. It's an interesting contrast. Because like Sage doesn't have any way to attack without having a cast bar. So they have to slide cast a lot if they want to move and still be firing. But Sage has Ruin 2, which is instant cast. Like it's less DPS than Broil 4, obviously, but okay, yeah, Phlegma and Toxicon, that's true, but those aren't always available. And like, you could also technically use your AoE attack to move while casting, but that's not very practical. So, like, Sage does have 0 cast time attacks. That's my mistake. I wasn't thinking about those. But Scholar has Ruin too, which is way more, like, versatile and available for use at all times than the Sage ones, as far as moving goes. Like, Toxicon is basically 4 if you need to move. But it still is not always there. I guess Eucrasian Dosis doesn't have a lot of... or, like, doesn't have a cast time either, but it is, like, reapplying a dot potentially really early, which I think is probably a DPS loss. You know, like, probably. I'm not an expert. It'd be quite a blow for us to lose a warrior for Dola's caliber. I hope we can find her before she does anything stupid.
I've assigned a few of my soldiers to assist the Silver Griffins in investigating Charlotte's background. With luck, we'll find him quickly. We will find him quickly, and then we can prepare for what must come after. We're all but certain Charlotte's the one who transformed into a blasphemy, and so there's naught to be done but put him out of his misery. As for Ferdola, I've put Munago and her troops in charge of tracking her. Oh, that... we have heard an M name pronounced, so it would be... Miraz, I think. Munago, Miraz, yeah. Once they've found her, they have my permission to lend whatever support they deem necessary. If it comes to it, I may ask you to join the search. Until such time, I ask that you take this opportunity to rest. Here is a salty fish. Goodbye.
The Gift of Mercy. Thank goodness you're here. Commander Alden needs to see you right away. Follow me. Nod. Here I go. I think it's kind of funny how, like... well, okay, she's not in this cutscene now, but how relatively important Blasphemy Hunter is in this quest line, and she's never named. Like, outside of the headcanon that is her name, of course. Yeah, it is very nice to be able to use the barriers while moving as Sage. Because, like, my understanding is that as a healer, generally speaking, for your actual healing, you want to prioritize, like, off-global cooldown healing abilities, so using, like, all of your Eucrasian abilities and whatnot isn't something you do in combat a whole lot, but also, like, it can't hurt if you're not concerned about damage and stuff too much. But also, like, it's a really good way to prepare in between groups of monsters, is to be able to cast, like, Eucrasian Prognosis or whatever on the group as you're moving. And yeah, we haven't... I think we've seen, like a sepia tone image of the Blasphemy.
Keep it contained until I arrive, but do not engage if you can help it. Understood?
That was Munago. Her unit has found Fordola, or rather, she's found them.
In fact, I have Fordola on the search party's link pearl. She wants a word with you.
Nod. Hey, what's up?
This is urgent, so be quiet and listen. The Blasphemy, my friend, is right in front of us. I tracked him down, and when he spotted me, he started heading towards Specula Imperatoris. Look, Sucro, I need your help. Charlotte's not... he never wanted to hurt anyone. But this thing he's become is... I can't leave him like this. I've got to stop him, whatever it takes.
I'm on my way, or wait till we get there. Do not engage, is that clear?
I'm on my way. I owe you.
Smile. I don't remember Munago's voice.
This is Munago. Can you hear me? We've got the Blasphemy surround...
Questioning head tilt.
It's on the move. Get ahead of it, but maintain distance. We need to... Fordola, what are you doing? Fordola! Fordola!
Oh dear.
There's no time to waste. They need our help.
Nod. Relatively cheerful Endwalker quest accepted jingle. You know what would be very funny? What little I know of Dawn Trail so far is that it's set up as like a more optimistic sort of... Hey look, there's another scholar here. It's set up as sort of a more optimistic, like, Adventure Time. Not Adventure Time the show, but like an adventurous time sort of thing. Carefree, maybe, would be a good way. It'd be really funny if the quest accepted jingle sounded dire for that one.
Radiata and Aligiri are not that far from Specula Imperatoris. If we let the blasphemy slip through our fingers, it doesn't bear thinking about. And while Fordola is determined to slay it by her own hand, we can't allow her recklessness to put the lives of others in jeopardy. The time has come for action. Are you ready?
Yes. Adventure Time is a pretty good show. I haven't seen any of the more recent Adventure Time things. I watched like all of the original a year or two ago, maybe.
Hold the line for as long as you can. Commander Alden and the Warrior of Light will be here any moment. Stay strong.
Gasp. Yeah, I wasn't expecting purple.
Kick!
To be fair, that is a tank interrupt animation.
You've done well. Leave the rest to us.
Yes, sir.
Get the injured to safety. Coward. Coward. Traitor to them. To everyone.
What? Hold on, Charlotte. I need to remember your past. We need like a... Oh, this is... I remember this scene. Or a scene very similar to this. We need to get an update to the Echo that like just gives us a notification that... And we can check our mail later, you know? Yeah. Echo stealing.
I wish there was another way. So do I, but fighting's the only thing I'm any good at. Makes me wonder how I ended up with such a clever brother. Too clever for my own good, maybe. Just the thought of going into battle, about getting hurt, about having to hurt other people. He's a bleeding heart, our Charlotte. Sooner befriend a fly than shoo it away, much less kill it. I could kill if I wanted. I could. Group laughter. Slight. But you don't, and there's no shame in that. Leave the soldiering to us, Charlotte. We'll show the Garleans what we're capable of. Get the power and respect we deserve. And then... things will change. They will, you'll see. We found a place for ourselves, and you'll find yours soon enough. All right, that'll do. Everyone who's enlisting, meet back here tomorrow.
I think I probably saw the scene, like, in that described tomorrow or something. I've seen a scene of that group before.
In the end, what good did I do? They gave everything they had to give. Well, I hid like a rat waiting for the storm to pass. The storm of blood born from blood of our fault. No. Coward, coward, coward! Ah! Coward! Coward! Better dead Better forgotten.
It's not your fault, Charlotte. It's not. You didn't do anything wrong, and I'm the coward, the traitor, the butcher. I'll always be the butcher. Don't you dare, Fordola! You don't get to end it. You don't get to give up. I won't let you. You have a lifetime to make amends and atone, to become everything more than you were. But if you die here, you're everything they say. Everything you believe. Is that what you want? She's not going anywhere. Something about the dramatic like whoosh pan and then the like Arenvald rolling onto screen was unintentionally slightly funny. Arenvald, why are you here? There's nowhere else I'd rather be. I can't fight by your side, but I can still cheer you on. I've seen your past, Charlotte. How you were left behind while your friends rushed into battle. It's bloody hard, isn't it? Wanting to do something so desperately with every fiber of your being, knowing that you should be able to, you should, but you can't. So you find another way to support them, your way. You did that too, didn't you? You were there for them, even if it didn't feel like it. But you were, Charlotte. You were. As a friend of mine once said, not all heroes are forged in the fires of battle. The history of Alamigo is writ in blood. While we cannot change the past, we can change the future. And for that, we must all play our part. All of us. Let us grant Charlotte the peace he deserves, or you too, Fordola. Let's grant him the peace he deserves. Nod. Hansfred, Emlyn, one day we'll be together again. But not yet. You never hurt anyone, Charlotte. That's not who you are. You'll be remembered as the kind soul you always were. It's the Stormblood boss theme this time. That's really cool. This whole scene was really good, actually. I'm counting on you. Nod. Hell yeah. The boss theme really, like... We don't even get, like, a blasphemy title for Charlotte. It's just Charlotte. Also, Ring of Battle over here. Alrighty then. Let's hope I can remember how to do anything. I'll draw his attention. Sucro, keep me in the fight. Need to remember that too. Lightning aspected ether, keep away from it. I've made it unintentionally difficult to target the boss. Can you tell I don't remember how to heal? Isuna. That one. I'm doing well enough. Oh wait, we have to go under one of them. Oh wait, no we don't. The NPCs made me completely remember everything about how that works. Or, that was not at all the correct sense. The NPCs made me completely not understand how that works. Is what I was trying to say. Raubon covering me is very cool, though. Wait, why did Raubon go over there? What? I'm failing to understand the way Raubon and Fordola are acting. To some degree. But, you know. This is our chance. Let's finish him off. Oh, Fordola is... Oh, I see what's happening. Heck yeah. Alright, that wasn't that bad. And yeah, custom passage of arms. Yeah, they're playing slightly a different video game for sure. That was like the level 2 limit break of Melee DPS still, but you know. Unless there was some slight difference. This is a nice scene. I'm glad we get to see this. Nod. Rare Fordola smiling. Also. Pay respects. Oh yeah, that did happen in Whirlit, I guess. Thank you. I mean it. Smile. Nod. Hey, can we remove Fordola's, like, collar of instant killing if she does a crime, maybe? High five! Double high five. Basically like a component of a secret handshake kind of high five. Barry is cheering. Gasp. I've been looking everywhere for you. Oh. Have you now? Nod. Smile. I'll have to look at that quest sometime. Keeps being mentioned. I think her collar is the collar gone in this scene? We didn't get a great angle to see.
We've put down the last remaining beast spawned by the blasphemy. 'Tis a pity we could do naught for those who'd turned, but that we were able to prevent further casualties is nothing short of a miracle. It's astonishing, too, looking back at Charlotte's case. Although his existence spurred others to transform, he never attacked any settlements or travelers. Even when he underwent the change in the middle of a crowded street, those who were present escaped with minor injuries at worst. I think that deep down his compassion is what kept the raging blasphemy at bay. The only time he emerged from hiding was to journey to the place where his brother died.
Nope, collar's still there.
Aye, it's clear he still retained some semblance of his former self. Another victim of the Empire's terrible legacy, along with his friends and so many others. But the Crania Lupi wasn't the creation of the Imperials alone. Many of those youths sought a place with them because they were denied one with us.
That's why the memorial ceremony is so important. It's our chance to face our past together, to give them in death what we couldn't in life. To not deny anyone a place in memory, even if it hurts or makes us feel ashamed.
You'll be attending, won't you?
Shake head. I haven't been ordered to, so I suppose not.
In light of your leal service to Alamigo, I intend to have the conditions by which you are bound eased. Providing I am able to obtain approval, you will be granted a degree of freedom. At the very least, we should soon have no need for that choker.
Thank you for addressing it.
There'll be no objections from me. You've done well.
Huh. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were smiling. Well, I, for one, couldn't be happier if her efforts are being recognized. It gives me that much more motivation to continue my work with the Silver Griffins and bring the people of Alamigo closer together. Got to do my best to keep up with a certain little lordling, eh? Smile, nod.
I think we've done enough for one day. Time we get some rest.
Nod. Well, since they directly addressed that they're trying to get the choker removed, I don't think she's chosen to keep it. Nor do I think that she would want to keep something because it would be a memento of how she was, like how anyone could kill her at any time. That's like a trauma item. I wouldn't want that. I think they should let Fordola remove the choker and then destroy it on camera. That's my opinion. It would be symbolic of her moving forward and all that.
Allow me, as both the guardian of Alamigo and as your sworn comrade, to express my thanks for coming to our aid in these desperate times. No matter what manner of disaster may befall us, your presence alone is enough to keep the flame of hope burning bright. Aye, even someone on the very precipice of despair such as Fordola can find salvation in your guiding light.
Laying it on a bit thick, aren't you? Heavens forbid people would stop throwing themselves in harm's way at every opportunity, or you're something of an immortal flame yourself. That's a pretty funny line. That's pretty good. You're something of an immortal flame yourself, you know. Do you get it? It's a joke.
Ha! Been waiting for a chance to use that one, haven't you?
Maybe.
I'd like to think I can still pull my weight on and off the battlefield, but that might be a bit generous. In any case, it's safe to say we've all benefited enormously from your sterling work here. We couldn't ask for a better healer or a better friend.
Smile, nod. I'd be a better healer if I got to if I practiced a little bit more. It's been a while.
Our ambassador and Radzadhan will be relieved to learn of our successes here. If you happen to cross paths, give him my regards, would you?
Nod. Wave. Or rather, the goodbye emote. Presumably. Yeah, Arenval doesn't give himself enough credit for sure. I'm gonna double check all the things that were said in the chat during that fight because my attention was divided. They said the role quest would ask you to perform aspects of your role you don't usually do, and that meant Isuna existed. That's funny. Scholar is slow and clunky compared to Sage, but has more tools for recovering when things go wrong. Probably. I just never remember what they are. I hope that the Astrologian rework, makes me interested in that class, and then I, have a healer that I know how to play more or something. But if I choose to, level up any of the other healers, except for Sage, it would take a while to get anywhere. Anyway, Raubon has the custom Bull of Alamigo job. That might actually literally be true. I'm not entirely sure. The memories could be some sort of Akasha type thing. I used excogitation a few times. Emergency tactics? Right. I did use that once. But I accidentally used deployment tactics at the same time because I was not remembering which one was which, or which did what. But deployment tactics is the one that spreads a shield, which you use after adloquium on a tank to give everyone a big shield, mostly. Something of that sort. Let me check duty support. Isn't there one where Raubon is... Yeah, Raubon is literally in here as a champion gladiator. Okay, so he's not the Bull of Alamigo. He does have an actual job title. Also, oh no, it's sad seeing Arenvald in duty support now. Gladiator, the cooler gladiator. Yeah. I think it's funny how Raubon is if you happen to cross paths with the ambassador, you should probably report this instead of please go report back to them. It's kind of the whole point of everything. I would try Astrologian more, but as I've mentioned before, it's heck on a controller. It's real bad for me. This is the wrong room. It's real bad for me trying to use the cards on people on a controller. There's so much retargeting to do. It's a nightmare. And I've tried... Sage is pretty fun, but I've sort of lost track of how everything works, and I feel like I'm not doing well when I play it. And then White Mage feels kind of weirdly clunky, I guess, in a weird way. I don't know. I'm currently not a major fan of any of the healers, I guess, basically. You know, I know you spam like D-pad up and down a lot to retarget. But the thing is, I'm always thinking, I need to be doing this super fast or I'm losing damage. Because I've been poisoned by reading guides on how to play things, and all of those are written from the perspective of like people doing savage clears. As all guides for video game, there's it feels like, you know how there's like things that people refer to as laws that are like 98% of everything on the internet is bad or whatever. I think that's Sturgeon's law or whatever. It feels like there should be a law of that sort that is 98% of all guides written for video games are written with the assumption that you are trying to play at the highest possible level.
Oh no, I hit the button. 5 seconds slower than I should. My DPS has encountered a 0.002% loss, and this means I am the worst in the world.
I know you are joking, but that is legitimately a way I have felt before and will feel again. Like exactly that, basically. That is just the sort of way that I am. I want to be doing my best. Because I feel like I should be able to do my best, and also sometimes I fear people disliking or rejecting, or not I don't want to say I fear rejection. I don't think that's quite accurate. I fear people displaying a negative attitude towards me due to perceived failure. Does that make sense? Is there an easier way to word that sentence? Anyway.
Greetings, how goes it in Alamigo?
I did it. I solved the problems.
Limiting blasphemies, helping organize a memorial ceremony. They've certainly kept you busy.
A fine example of going above and beyond the call of duty. I'll be sure to send word of your exploits to Ul'dah. Wait till the Sultana hears about this.
Her Grace will not be the only one to welcome this news. On behalf of the Grand Company of Eorzea and our allies, allow me to express my most heartfelt gratitude.
Right, you don't choose materia here. You can now dye the job-specific gear for level 90 healers. More than guilt. Right, I was saying I bet they're gonna have... Yeah, we have more than fear. And now we have more than guilt. I was saying I bet they're gonna follow a pattern here. I feel like even if the game were more complicated in a way that made an optimal rotation less clear, people would still find optimal rotations, or at least like people with a large amount of online influence would find and like publish what they consider to be a good rotation, and then that would be followed religiously. So I feel like it would end up in a similar place. Yeah, guilt is pretty clear. Fear, I think, probably refers to like the fear Ishgard has for like heresy and Dravanians and all that. The fear that like so defined their nation and religion for so long. Also, if this game was more complicated, I feel like it's already complicated. It's not complicated in a like figuring out what to do. It's complicated in an execution sense. Sorta. Oh yeah, also the clerics losing their place in society is also a big part of the fear. But yeah, I feel like this game is complicated enough in an execution sense that I wouldn't want it to be more complicated in other ways. I don't know. Anyway, We only saw Reaper Sucro very briefly, I think, during the DPS quest lines of Shadowbringers. This is the Reaper glamour I have still. I think it's pretty good still, but this is not canon, so don't look at this. Do not perceive Sucro. I understand this is a challenging thing to ask when Sucro is in the center of the screen right now. And also, it is generally agreed upon by many that Sucro is pretty cool, but, you know. Level 90 Reaper. Oh, what? Oh, that's an old hat. And not the sort... I need to buy a new hat, I think, before I proceed. I don't need to, strictly speaking, purchase a new hat, but I feel compelled to do so. Team Fortress 2 joke. Sucro, no, please. Okay. It's a headband. Wow. I did it. I bought a hat. Everything else is, like, fine, probably. 591 is probably fine. Now, where's my... There it is. This is... Actually, we could just look at the glamour plate that I just had open a second ago. I think it was, like... Nightsteel Mail of Maiming. Crystarium Gauntlets... Nightsteel Mail, no dye. Crystarium Gauntlets, ink blue. Wake Doctors, pants, ink blue. Crystarium Greaves, ink blue. And this is, I believe this is an unglamored Renacita Zagnal, yeah. I need to at least sort of remember how to play Reaper. I have to go to the dang farm every time I want to get to a striking dummy because there's not, my neighbors don't have one anymore because they're different neighbors. Honestly, I feel like the primary argument in favor of Sucro owning a house that is not just the apartment would be that I would get to put a striking dummy on the lawn at this point. I believe you're correct. I believe the Void Arc shirt is the same model. I used that as a Dragoon Glamour, at least for a while on my old character millions of years in the past when this game didn't exist. So let's see. Shadow of Death needs to be applied. I know this much. And then this needs to be done. Then that, and then like this. And Gallows is the one from the rear. Gibbet is the one from the flank. Those are the only positionals. I didn't need to do that again. There's something else that I could have done that I'm not remembering. Ah, right, Gluttony. And that gives you both of these. I need to use Gluttony first. Now I have 50 blue, which means something. I can use Enshroud. I don't remember if you use Enshroud once you hit 50 or once you hit like 100 or when. I don't know when you use Enshroud and go into Enshroud mode. Use Enshroud whenever it's available. Then you just like alternate between stuff? I don't know the optimal Enshroud rotation either. You have to use Communio at some point, which I didn't. Because I don't know how this works. I'll be able to do well enough at Reaper, I think. It's not super complicated. Probably takes a bit more to like optimize it, but Void Reaping, Cross Reaping alternate. Every second of those you use Limmer's Slice, then Communio. Oh right, you have orbs for this. Okay. There's Communio. Right. Got it. Not too bad. So, do Void Reaping and Cross Reaping have positionals, or are they just like you alternate these? It doesn't really matter. Because they're on the buttons of the positionals, so I'm not entirely certain. Not positional. Got it. Will I remember this when I get to the part where there's an actual fight? Maybe. Also, I need to remember that I have... My previous favorite destination was the Doman Enclave, which is not something that is currently relevant to what I do in this game. So I don't need that as my favorite destination, and so I should make it like Radz-at-Han probably. They're too fast for positionals to be practical. That's probably true. My Reaper setup is very different button-wise than my Ninja one. Like, I think I literally have the class skills on the opposite side of everything, which is kind of funny. Right, I need to use Arcane Circle also. That's also that's a party buff. And then, like, this is my shields. So you mentioned, it was mentioned, like, what exactly was it you said, Samantha? When setting up the keybinds, it was deeply ingrained that mouse forward is rear and mouse back is flank. I actually had a similar scenario because, like, I immediately decided that like a left button would be the flank and the top button would be the rear, and like that like immediately clicked in my brain somehow in a very similar way to what you described, but like on controller. It's funny to say you feel like a cat when you use Enshroud because it removes your ears and tail. Which is like the opposite of feeling like a cat, in my opinion. Anyway. I'll be right back, and then we'll speak to the Lamensin delegate. Oh right, I almost forgot. My funny tricks. Hold on. I almost forgot. Let's see. I hope this works, or I hope that works, depending on which one it is. I think it's working. It's working. Hello. The correct TF2 heavy quote is that it takes 400,000. It costs $400,000 to fire this weapon for 12 seconds. My funny ideas for if Reaper became Canon Sucro is that she basically accidentally tripped into a void scent that may or may not have been her reflection from the void. And then they were like, well shucks. I guess we work together now. And I think the void scent in question, well, like, if they were from the void, they would probably have different naming conventions, but I did have the idea of using a different Mikote name that I had thought of before. That was Shizone. Or in other words, X-Zone, from the translation of Final Fantasy VI on the Super Nintendo. It would be pronounced Shizone, I believe.
In extremely demonic voice, I'm a voidsent.
Wow. Anyway, congratulations to the winners, and condolences to the losers of this or that. It's time to speak to the Luminson delegate, which Sucro will apparently do while facing backwards. No, turn around, Sucro. There we go. The Luminson delegate would entreat your aid in dealing with a grave threat back home. Who's this other person next to Merlvib? I don't recognize them. Perhaps we will learn. If nautical nonsense be something you wish, etc., etc. Ah, Sucro, on behalf of Admiral Blafiswin, I thank you for your many deeds and service to Limsa. We had received troubling tidings that beasts akin to those that plague Radzatan have been sighted on the Lenosian coast. The Admiral has mustered the Maelstrom in hopes of quelling the threat, yet there is much we do not understand about our foe. And as such, your expertise in this arena would be a great boon to us. Will you help us? I will do all that I can, or it wouldn't be much of a hero if I refused, would I? I'll do all I can. Excellent. The Admiral will be heartened to have your knowledge and martial prowess on our side, I am certain. Pray set sail for Limsa as soon as you're able. The Secretariat at Maelstrom Command will apprise you of the details upon your arrival. Does it count as a nautical metaphor where when we're instructed to set sail for Limsa? Or not, because that would, without teleportation, be part of the traveling process? Right, we're not actually setting sail, so like, you know. I was briefly surprised by that person's appearance because of things that I know that I shouldn't. Like vague knowledges that I may or may not actually have. Right, the answers theme is still here. That's gonna change the tone of all of this a little bit. Okay, it's not over here. When does it begin? Where's the line? It depends on which direction you're going. It takes more time for answers to like if you're leaving Maelstrom Command, approximately the center of this bridge segment is when answers begins. But if you're leaving the song, you have to cross the entire bridge to make it stop. Anyway. Our man at Radzidhan told us to expect you. I'll inform the Admiral of your arrival. Nod. Glad you could join us, Sucro. I only wish it were under better circumstances. The grave news from the bounty has not escaped our ears. I can scarce begin to imagine the horrors you have witnessed there. It pains me to say the selfsame hell has come to Vilbrand. Fell beasts born of deepest despair have been sighted all throughout our island. Tell her what we know. Nod. The first report came a few days ago from one of our men patrolling Skull Valley. He spoke of a fearsome creature unlike any native to our shores. While we had our suspicions, it was only later that the connection to the final days was confirmed by a most unlikely source, the Sahagin. Also cool hair, Maelstrom Secretariat. Very cool hair. I forgot Merlvib's voice changed. It sounds similar enough to me that I'm basically voicing her the same way I always have. Let's see. Connection to the final day is confirmed by Sahagin. We've been treating their temper for some time now, and many have made a full recovery. Owing to this, some factions are eager to improve diplomatic relations with Limsa. It is one such faction that has provided the most comprehensive reports in all their alarming detail. Nod. They speak of a most dreadful sight, their spawn brothers transforming into horrific beasts before their very eyes. Indeed, it is far too similar to the incidents at Radzidhan to be mere coincidence. If our assumptions are correct, the first and most formidable of the beasts, a blasphemy, as it was decided we would call them, prowls our waters as we speak. Fortunately, there have been no sightings of the blasphemy within the city. Nevertheless, if we are to spare our people the horror that befell Radzidhan, the fiend must be dealt with, and quickly. Wait, is this a keeper? Like, keeper of the moon? How can you tell? Oh, the slit pupils. I forgot about that tell. The main thing I remember is that keepers of the moon have fangs. Or like sharper canines. Despite our investigative efforts, we remain very much in the dark as to the precise nature of the threat we face. Were we to recklessly dispatch large numbers of troops, we'd run the risk of having our own men corrupted. You can well imagine the carnage that would ensue. As such, Admiral Blofuswin has decided to keep those involved to a minimum and lead the investigation herself. And I would have you at my side. What say you? Determined. Nod. You have my thanks. We will depart at once to meet with our Sahagin allies and gather what knowledge we can, that we might devise a proper plan of attack. According to the game data, this NPC is a Seeker. Shucks. There aren't that many Keepers of the Moon around, and there should be more of them. I guess they're all keeping to themselves. Ha 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 ha. Okay, that's enough of that. Yeah, okay. Oh. Right. Yes, Suncat is Seeker of the Sun. Mooncat is Keeper of the Moon. Keeping to themselves is pretty funny. I have to admit to myself that that was funny. They are due to arrive at South Tidegate soon. I'll go on ahead and wait for you there. Sucro is a Seeker of the Sun because, well, the naming convention gives that away, I suppose. Except for the fact that a Blethwizza is technically a keeper of the moon, though she's using the sun name. This is because when I originally named a Blethwizza, I did not realize that the names did not apply to both of them. But it may also be because a Blethwizza is an eldritch being from beyond the star. Okay, yeah, Sucro does have slit eyes. I forgot about that, honestly. But yeah, Maelstrom Secretariat has cool hair. The Admiral has arranged for a meeting to take place with our Sahagan collaborators at South Tidegate. Pray join her there as soon as you're able. Cool design in general. The Maelstrom has some cool coats and stuff, too. Sucro, in her backstory, is from Vilbrand, but she started in Gridania and is with the Gridanian Free Company. So, IDK LOL. IDK might be FF Jill. Etc. Anyone else have that phrase permanently ingrained in their brain due to commercials of a time period? You mean she left Vilbrand to explore something? Crystal antlers. That sounds cool. I think the potentially Sucro canon reason for her leaving to Gridania specifically is because of hearing about Odin. Assuming any of that is still Sucro canon. I truly do not know what Sucro canon actually is that well. For some reason, I just cannot decide. I cannot choose anything strongly enough to make it concrete in my mind. So a lot of it is like speculative about my own character. It's well past our agreed upon meeting time, but the Sahagan are nowhere to be seen. They did not seem the sorts to break their word. This bodes ill. Let us leave this place to the guards and search Halfstone for any sign of them. Nod. That part of Sucro's backstory probably happened a number of years ago. Hey, what's this creature? That's different. What is this thing? Great question. Noel is in danger. Quickly to his aid. Oh. I guess Merle will be shooting this monster. I'll be stabbing something else. Fell Beast. Should have used True North there. Oh, we have seen them before, okay. Many thanks, Shorewalker. Pray tell, is my companion safe? Explaining. The Admiral herself comes to our aid. Glad tidings indeed. You two have my boundless gratitude for saving my life. Let us quit this place before those beasts return. Bird. Someone has become a bird over here. Arcane Circle immediately in a bigger fight. I will forget this. Almost certainly. Relieved am I to see both of you safe. Had the Admiral not come to our rescue when she did, I shudder to think of what would have happened. Everyone's still alive. Good. But not if we stay out here too long. Inside quickly. Nod. That Sahagin has a spear and a shield. That's not something that's possible for me. That would be kind of cool. I don't remember what the word Baroque means in the context of describing a system in that way.
Thank you, my friends. Those ghastly beasts would have made short work of us had you not intervened. And yet it brought me no joy to watch them die, for, unbelievable as it may sound, until a short while ago they were none other than our very own spawn brothers.
Complex? That's sort of what I figured from context clues, but I wasn't 100% sure.
They were none other than our very own spawn brothers. At first we thought them merely cursed, but our talisman and magics availed us not. Aye, 'twas no curse, 'twas an evil like no other. Innocent souls transformed against their will into unholy beasts called blasphemies. Blasphemies? Pray tell us more.
That would be your area of expertise, Sucro. Nod. Explaining. It's real bad, mostly.
Turned into beasts by the power of despair. This is horrifying indeed. Thus far, the phenomenon here in Lenosha has been limited to the Sahagin. Why is that?
I've actually... Yeah, that is true of Reaper. I think I've actually been liking Ninja a lot. Ninja feels like Melee Dancer in a way. And I say this because, like, a central feature of the job is essentially like a mini game contained within it. It's not applied in the exact same way as the dance steps, like not even really close, except you have to do them in a certain order and then press the execute button, and that's about it. But it feels similar, and I kind of like that in a way. But I'm guessing it's gonna get more complicated and frantic eventually, but so far I've been liking Ninja a lot, actually, for that sort of reason. It is pretty... you can move around a lot, because you do have a fair number of ranged options if your mudras are available and whatnot.
I cannot say, yet I wonder if the crushing tide are involved in some way.
I know not of this crushing tide.
Word of them has yet to reach you, I see. It all began when the Indigo Matriarch, the queen of our kind, was stricken with a grave malady.
Gasp.
Tragic as this was, there was one small solace. She was not fond of shore walkers, and so deprived of her leadership, more of my kind came to see the wisdom in making peace with Limsa Lominsa. There remain, of course, those who would oppose our cause. They formed a group they call the Crushing Tide. Even now they seek to summon the Lord of the World anew, and consign all finless ones into the briny deep. However, they lack the crystals necessary to do so. Denied the power they crave, they can do naught but gnash their teeth in desperation.
Yeah, basically.
And you suspect these feelings of helplessness are the cause of their transformations?
Yeah, I actually, like, I was a little worried about remembering the mudras at first, but there's one simple trick, and it's that the important part is which one you end on, because any combination of 3 that ends on one of them will wind up with the same mudra. And I don't remember the names of all of them exactly. I know they're Tenchi and Gen, but I don't remember which one is which. So I just think of them as like left, middle, and right because of where I have them. But like, Any combination of 3 that ends on the one that's on the right, I think, is Huton. And then any combination of 3 that ends on the left one that I have is Suiton, the water one, whatever it's called. And then anything that ends on the middle one is Doton. So I might actually literally have them set up as Tenchi Gen, except like backwards maybe, because I think you get Gen last. So it's whatever. Point is, if you can remember which one is the final mudra in a combo, then that is how you can find the correct one. And you suspect these feelings of helplessness are the cause of their transformations? Nod. Just so. Those of our spawn brothers who turned into those beasts had been fraternizing with the crushing tide. Despite our differences, we cannot abandon our kin to such a cruel fate. Yet we must be careful not to drive them to still deeper despair. Yes, we must consider this situation carefully, lest we bring destruction upon all our kind. Tell me this, are the crushing tide even now under Leviathan's thrall? If freed from their drowned state, might they not listen to reason? Were it only so simple, all but a few are long since cured. They walk this path of their own free will. In that case, they may yet be dissuaded from their present course. For the sake of our nascent alliance, we will do all we can to save your brethren. I guess we're still calling them drowned? Yeah. Fortunately, a most capable ally stands with us, for this woman has bested many a formidable foe, including Leviathan. The great Sucro Funk in the flesh! Honored am I to stand in your presence. Anytime anyone's like, wow, Sucro, you're super famous and cool, it's funny to me a little bit. Also, hello and welcome to anyone who I haven't said that to, because I recognized someone I don't think I'd said hello to. Together we will weather this storm and usher in a new age of harmony, this I swear. Nod. There is much to be done. For now, let us return to our homes and prepare as best we can for the trials ahead. Should we discover aught of value, we'll be sure to share it with you. I ask that you do the same. Indeed we shall. Until such time, I watch over my spawn brothers and pray that no more succumb to the change. Nod, nod. I'm not attempting to say the psh part of the dialogue. But imagine it makes that one sound effect from Pepsi Man exactly every time that shows up, because that's the best I can do in terms of imitating it. So, what I was talking about with the mudras, we briefly switched to ninja again. So, okay, I have Gen on the left, so Gen Chi 10. Anything ending with 10 is Huton. Any, like, 3-part. So that's also Huton. And that's a helpful way to remember it, or to aid in remembering it. So as long as you press the correct number of buttons and end on the correct one for what you're looking for, you'll get it. The Admiral told me everything. Thank the Navigator that you were there to dispatch those terrible beasts. Welcome back. Thanks to you and Noel, I now possess a proper understanding of the challenge we face. 'Tis a daunting task that lies before us. We'll continue to cooperate with the Sahagin to learn all we can. Ah, thank you for following. Once we have located the blasphemy, I will have need of your strength. By the way, I lowered the volume of all the alerts a little bit. That one wasn't one of the louder ones. So hopefully, if any of the louder ones are to occur, at any point, they will be less startling. I don't often say people's names, but also I will admit that that is a name that I don't feel particularly keen on saying out loud. Clearly, till then, I ask that you remain at the ready. Clearly, the storm clouds have only begun to gather. Still don't know who this other person in the picture here is. Guess we'll find that out soon. Your timing could not be better. The Admiral has just this moment returned from meeting with the Sahagin. I shall inform her of your arrival. Salute. Nod. Ah, Sukro, I'm glad you're here. We've decided on our next course of action. As you know, we face two distinct but interconnected challenges. The transformations occurring among the Sahagin may be one, but the blasphemy itself is the root of the problem. Thus far, those who succumb to the change have all been affiliated with the Crushing Tide, who continue to resist our diplomatic efforts. Were we to put a stop to the phenomenon, as well as address their grievances, we may yet have a chance at peace. To that end, I would propose a double-pronged approach. On one front, we shall work in tandem with our Sahagin allies to redouble our patrols. Should the blasphemy surface, we will share this knowledge and move immediately to dispatch the threat. At the same time, we will pursue a dialogue with the Crushing Tide. We need to bring them back to the negotiating table and then see what can be done to convince them to stand down. A key point will no doubt be the lingering issue of securing land for their spawning grounds. It is a discussion I intend to approach with an open mind. It will be no easy task, but we succeeded with the kobolds, and I have faith that we will succeed with the Sahagin as well, so long as we parley in good faith. I can only hope the Crushing Tide will share that sentiment, or I doubt they will listen. I only hope they'll share that sentiment. You're wise to temper your expectations, but I would not abandon hope ere we try. At any rate, Noel has sent word that one Dao, a priest who styles himself the leader of the Crushing Tide, has grudgingly agreed to hear us out. I will parley with him face to face at the Sapsa spawning grounds, and would have you at my side, if you do not object, that is. Nod. Excellent. In that case, pray join me at South Tidegate when you are ready. From there, we will go together. We welcome your aid in our negotiations with the Crushing Tide. Admiral Blofuswin awaits you at South Tidegate. This is not the person to talk to. Here you are. All prepared, are you? Gao is not known for his patience. We must take care not to incur his ire. I was told he would be at the spawning grounds upon our arrival, but it appears he has been delayed. Let us speak with the Sahagin here. Mayhap one of them will be able to shed light on what may be keeping him. One more thing. I came here as a representative of Lim Salominsa on a diplomatic mission. Should the talks deteriorate and things come to blows, I cannot be seen to bloody my hands. I trust that you understand. And with that, let us be off. Merlvib is now accompanying you. It's interesting how she only has one gun on her hip at the moment. But when she was in a fighting stance in the last mission and in cutscenes earlier in the game, she has two. So if she is forced to draw the gun, she will probably generate a second one from nowhere. As one does. What is this? Since when are filthy shorewalkers free to intrude upon our sacred spawning grounds? Pray forgive our intrusion. We seek an audience with Speaker Dao. Where might we find him? You will do no such thing, shorewalker. We have not forgotten what you did to Lord Leviathan. Begone! We won't get much out of this one. Let's try elsewhere. Oh. It's a gun that fires guns. Or it's just a concealed holster. Or both. Why do you trespass in our domain, vile shorewalkers? We mean you no harm. We come only for a peaceful parley with your leader, Master Dao. Where might we find him? We desire no parley with the shorewalkers who would steal our home. Were it not for your insatiable selfishness, we Sahagin would grow and flourish. Your grievances are justified. That is why I would speak with Master Dao and work towards a peaceful solution. Empty words from the thieving shorewalker. But so be it. Soon you shall learn the futility of your efforts. Speaker Dao is currently overseeing security at the spawning grounds. You will find him by the entrance, though mark my words, you will wish you hadn't. We shall see. I thank you for your aid. Did somebody bring up the scrapped pistols class from 1.0? Because I still think that the bit from the Limsa intro where your character holds the gun wrong and then someone's like, the stance reminds me of ... or rather, why you look just like ... I still think this is funny. The class does not exist, and yet there is a part where they try to train you how to shoot if you start in Limsa. I'm always thinking about the part where your character holds the gun incorrectly in 1.0. I wish there were like a way to view 1.0 cutscenes or something. The tricorn with mirrored sword decorations? I think that still exists in the game. I know that there's tricorns that also have the eye patch. That's gotta be in there somewhere. By the way, this also reminds me that, like, back when we saw the start of Endwalker and there was the scene on the boat that mirrored the 1.0 scene, I was trying to find a picture of an old character from 1.0 that I had. And I couldn't at the time, but I did find it here, or today. So this is a picture of a character I created in 1.0 in the opening cutscene, where you're on that boat. It's not exactly the same shot. Her name was Michi Peng. Also interesting to note, this was the starting gear if you were a Mikote Marauder in 1.0. There were class and race specific starting gears, like combinations, I think. I don't know if this was like all Marauders or Mikote Marauders specifically, but this was like the starting outfit. And I think that's interesting that they just changed that to one that is shared for like all Mikote or whatever. I was looking at other old pictures from 1.0, and I found this one of me being enamored with the sheep model even back then. I was trying to take pictures of this sheep. And then while I was trying to take pictures of this sheep, some random person named Luna Joker ran up and punched it in the face with a concussive blow and killed it. And I was like, no! And it was... yeah. You can also see in this picture gaining axe skill points. And I don't even remember what that means, really. Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. I don't know if this one-shot the sheep or not, but I don't know. The sheep did die eventually. Also, I looked it up earlier, and there's 12 people with the name Luna Joker in Final Fantasy XIV now, but there's only one Sucro Funk still. Do not go and make another Sucro Funk or I'll be sad.
Shore walkers in our spawning grounds, to what do I owe the displeasure? Speaker Dao, I presume. Our apologies for entering into your home unannounced. I am Merlvib Blofiswin, Chief Admiral of Limsa, and this is Sucro Funk. And yeah, it is pretty surprising that no one else has thought of that or done that at this point, because it's like a direct reference to something. We come seeking a parley that we might strive for peace between our peoples. Parley, you say? Prolonging this conflict any further will lead only to needless suffering. The menace both our peoples face is great indeed. If ever there were a time to set aside our differences and come together for the greater good, it is now. I invite you to join us at South Tidegate for formal negotiations. Shorewalkers and the Sahagin coming together? What assurance do I have that you will not slit our gills the moment we set foot within your territory? I can offer naught but my word. We open our gates to you and invite you into our home as a show of respect. I do not trust you, Shorewalker, but let it never be said that Dao of the Crushing Tide was a coward. I accept your offer, but attempt any treachery or subterfuge, and your people will drown in their own blood. Very well, Master Dao. I look forward to a productive discussion. Let us return then, and I shall send word to Noel as well. I would have our Sahagin allies join us at the parley. Nod. Know this, Shorewalker. I come not because your words sway me, but to show my spawn brothers that Dao of the Crushing Tide is no coward. Some people would send delegates, but Merlvib is, like, also not doing that at the moment. Because she kind of is, like, you know, the Admiral of Limsa, just, like, showing up and being like, hey, do you want to negotiate? I don't send delegates, I just show up. Oh, we're just doing this now? Okay. A slight smile. The music faded as if there was going to be voice acting again. Thank you for joining us, Master Dao. Or joining us here, Master Dao. The air here sickens me. Be brief. Aye, let us get straight to the heart of the matter. A common threat looms before us, one more powerful than any primal, with the potential to bring death without end to both Sahagin and Luminsen alike. These circumstances call for swift and united action. You doubt our intentions, but I remind you that we have liberated many of your kin from Leviathan's enthrallment. They and countless other Sahagin have joined us of their own free will, that we may ensure the survival of both our peoples. Aye, by their deeds have the Lominsens proven themselves worthy of our trust. Master Dao, you and your Crushing Tide want only to secure a future for your people.
I say to you, this can only be done by confronting this threat together. Threats, threats. What is the threat? What is this threat you speak of? If it is unity you crave, then submit yourself to our command. Be as the Serpent Reavers. They are the only shore walkers I deign to call friend. You would ask us to willingly surrender ourselves to your Lord of the World? I do. For that, and that alone, will ensure peace between us. Preposterous! You propose not alliance, but servitude. This way lies nothing but death for all Sahagin. Do you hear this, my spawn brothers? The shore walkers have stolen this one's mind. He decries Lord Leviathan and espouses the lunacy of our sworn foes. These treacherous wretches have abandoned our god and conspire to drive we faithful from our ancestral home. We cannot, we must not let this stand. For shame, forsaken by our spawn brothers, they side with the Finless ones and blaspheme our Lord Leviathan. They who steal our spawning grounds and slaughter our children, our future, our future! Hey, that's the threat that we were talking about. Unless this is good, in your opinion? Oh, it is good in your opinion. That's what I was expecting to happen. Behold, behold this blessing! Lord Leviathan grants us greater and greater strength! I knew this would be the... When you said what threats, I knew this is where you were going with that. You would call this a blessing? Such horrors! Flee! Flee for your lives! The beast makes for Aleport. I leave this place to you. Nod. I can't help but notice you're also running. Splendid, splendid. Let all our spawn brothers be blessed with such power. By the way, the Reaper weapon draw animation is very elaborate. Perhaps somewhat extra, you might say. One might say this. Hey, what's up? I beg of you, friend Shorewalker, deliver my spawn brother from that horrific fate. Reaper is a little bit extra, yes. I accidentally somehow sheathed my weapon without, like, putting it away. I just lowered my hands and it was on my back. This is the second time you've saved my life, Shorewalker. My gratitude is as boundless as the sea. But what of the Admiral? We must go to her aid. Doing 1 million Sahagin voices in an attempt to approximate the way Sahagin voices are done officially by the game might destroy me. I don't know. Oh, you're right over here. Yeah. They were called fell beasts in the other ones where we fought them too, so far. So I think that is just a... First of all, it's interesting for so many different things that look different to be called the same thing. Similar to, like, unknowns in other Final Fantasies. And this one, I guess, has a few of those, or at least one. But, like... Probably to avoid spoilers, as we discussed before. What a horrific sight. I was too late. I am sorry. There's no need for apologies. You are not responsible for my people's plight. But what I cannot fathom is Dao's response. How pleased he was to see his brothers become slavering beasts. The fool believes it is a blessing from Leviathan himself. Any hope for a peaceable solution will be lost should Tao and his crushing tide manage to wield these transformations as a weapon against us. I shudder at the very thought, and yet the true threat, the blasphemy, is still out there, yes? Just so. The first ones to transform are those who have fallen into the deepest depths of despair. The more painful their anguish, the more fearsome and formidable they become in their bestial forms, and the greater their influence over others. We can scarcely hope to stand against a legion of such foes. Would that there was more my people could do to help. I will have the Maelstrom patrol the seas for the blasphemy, that we might slay it with all due haste. But this may well amount to naught. If the blasphemy, too, was born from a Sahagin, it could be sheltering in the depths, beyond the reach of our ships. In that case, pray allow my spawn brothers and I to serve as your eyes beneath the sea. Thank you, Noel. Through our efforts combined, we might yet weather this threat. As for your brothers who gave their lives today for the cause, fate failed! I mean, I shall see that they are returned home to be laid to rest as they deserve. Just fate failed and the mantis is walking by as like a funny background event. .tvtropes.org or whatever. Pretty funny. TV tropes terminology has permanently ruined my brain. A mantis commute succeeded. That's correct. You'll have my gratitude, Admiral. And with that, we should return as well. There's much work to be done, There is much work to be done, and would see it done quickly. I think they missed a word here. I think they typoed. I think she probably was supposed to say, and I would see it done quickly. Or something of that nature. Nod. Or, and we'd see it done quickly, maybe. I must take my fallen brother home. Typos aren't very common in this game. But I have the power to spot typos pretty reliably. Is that person intentionally dressed in a way that evokes a janitor and sweeping? I think that might be the case. Hey look, it's Robonyan. Do you know this game had a Yokai Watch collaboration? Oh, you've returned. The Admiral was just briefing me on the events at the spawning grounds. Ah, Sucro, I was just sharing our findings. So you see, the danger is exactly as the Sahagin described. While Dao and his ilk have no means of forcibly triggering the phenomenon at present, 'tis plain they intend to seek one out. Redouble our patrols offshore and inform me at the first sign of anything out of the ordinary. It shall be done, Admiral. I worry that we may be stretching ourselves too thin. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I will recall our forces from Garlemald, yet I would reserve that as a last resort. For now, I must get to work securing reinforcements. I ask that you remain close by. We may have need of your strength all too soon. Nod. We still don't know who this other person is. Old heroes never die. The Admiral left a message for you, and the news is not good. It appears that a Lominsan merchant ship was assailed by a Sahagin raiding party affiliated with the Crushing Tide. To further complicate matters, the vessel in question was carrying a shipment of crystals supplied to us by the kobolds of Ogomoro. The Admiral suspects that Dao means to use the plundered crystals to summon Leviathan. She's gone to meet with Noel, and that we and our Sahagin allies might take swift action. She bids you join her immediately. Should the worst come to worst, your experience in combating primals may prove essential. Pray make for South Tidegate and rendezvous with Admiral Blofuswin at once. Oh, did someone have a Eden minion somewhere? I didn't see it. There's a steam-powered Gobwalker. Oh, that's just the Cloud of Darkness minion. The Cloud of Darkness minion is actually from the World of Darkness, even though you don't see that version of Cloud of Darkness as a boss until Eden. I actually have that minion somewhere. I mean, it is the same design used for Eden Cloud of Darkness, but the minion from original Cloud of Darkness uses the Dissidia design. It's a little confusing, now that I think about it. Yeah, there she is. Puff of Darkness. One of those minions that's like, wow, I don't know why someone carved a perfect replica of a Void Scent lady, but creepy pasta, woo, spooky. One of like 3 of those. I think I may have even gotten that on the stream when I did World of Darkness. I think I rolled high on the first attempt and got it instantly. That sounds like something that would happen. It's been a while. It's good to see you safe, friend. Hey, what if Puppet Master is the casting class that they haven't spoken of yet? That'd be interesting. That was a Puppet Master was a job in 11, I think. Yeah, it was. The unlock quest for the Puppet Master in 11 is called No Strings Attached. There's also an available guide for Puppet Master based on this Google search that is called String Theory. People are committing to the bit. And I appreciate that. Yeah, if it was Rune Master and Puppet Master, or Rune Fencer and Puppet Master, that would be pretty funny. I don't think, as far as I'm aware, there isn't really evidence of it being Rune Fencer, except for my belief that it could be. This is Puppet Master from 11. I think that could be neat. Apparently they punched people. So they're like melee wizard. That is a very Kingdom Hearts design. They're punch wizard with puppet friend. I don't think they're actually like a wizard. I think you could build the puppet in a bunch of different ways in 11, so you could sort of do anything. That's true. Lulu does have a doll. They are kind of stand users. I don't think they would actually add Puppet Master now that I think about it. Not in a sense that... Not in a way that functioned anything similar to what it does before, because it seems like they're not doing pet classes now. It seems like they decided that doesn't work too well for 14. Which is true. But anyway. Thank you for coming, Sucro. Also, you know, if I remember correctly, the Ogre Battle Puppet Masters are called Warlocks in some sense. And now that I think about it, in Super Nintendo Ogre Battle, the Warlock class often used like poison magic. And you know what they cut out of the game when they changed Summoner a lot? Like the miasma and stuff. What if they retooled all of the Summoner stuff that they cut with like the miasma and the poison theme, which is only there a little bit in like Arcanists and its evolutions now. What if they like retooled all of that and combined it and like made an ogre battle warlock, and that was the caster? Warlock is a job name we haven't used yet, and it would technically, they did say they would have to make like more original jobs and whatnot, and Reaper's not based on anything, and I don't think Warlock is a Final Fantasy class like most of the time. And bring back the dots with a ogre battle puppet master called a warlock or something. Dot classes are cool. That's my opinion. Just don't make it as obtuse as Old Summoner. Reaper's kind of like 11's Dark Knight. That makes sense. Magus sometimes got translated as Warlock. Fair enough, but seems like more of an exception. Thank you for coming, Sucro. Also, it's also just me realizing that Warlock is a name they could use for, we had to make a new caster that isn't based on anything in particular, if they wanted to. The situation is grim. The crushing tide plundered one of our trading ships and seized a goodly stash of Ogomoro crystals. Though their aim is clear, it appears they yet lack the quantity needed to perform this summoning. Have they cut Merlvib's nautical metaphors? Did they just realize that was a thing and just like remove that from the writing? Or are they joking? Are they doing a prank on me? And she's gonna say like 20 of them in one text box. Oh no, now I'm remembering that like a million years ago, I wrote a World of Warcraft themed parody of Bohemian Rhapsody during a time when Warlock was considered a bad class in that game. And it was from the perspective of a Warlock when I wrote that parody. I've written like 5 Bohemian Rhapsody parodies in my lifetime, and that's ridiculous. That's a funny fact about me that you know now, if you didn't already. Tao longs for the days when every Sahagan cried out for Lord Leviathan's deliverance, and will stop at nothing to see them return. I cannot fathom what the crushing tide are thinking. What satisfaction, what happiness can be found in giving over their hearts and minds to a false god? I've made good song parodies, I think I have to admit that. And so we must thwart their designs, lest the bonds we have forged be forever broken. By the same token, we cannot ignore the blasphemy, nor the transformations its presence may bring about. A battle on 2 fronts, neither of which we can commit to at the expense of the other. As we sail into the eye of the storm... Never mind, there's one. I would hear your counsel. What course of action would you propose? Might we turn to the 3 great pirate powers for aid? Let us recruit the Yellow Jackets to the cause, or sounds like a job for the Company of Heroes. We've recently negotiated with the pirate powers, so honestly, that seems like a good bet. Yellow Jackets are cops, so no. And the Company of Heroes is mostly like old people and people who are not actually in the Company of Heroes. I'm gonna suggest the pirates. We've recently negotiated with them. Can't we talk to the pirates? As it happens, I've already enlisted the Executioners, the Krakens, and the Sirens to the cause. They've done much to bolster the Maelstrom's efforts to scour the seas for the blasphemy. So if we're to seek reinforcements, we will have to turn elsewhere. But to whom? Do I have to suggest all of these? Company of Heroes? I'm gonna skip over the cops if I can. Gasp. The Company of Heroes. Now that's a name I've not heard in some time. 'Tis true that they answered the call many a time. Indeed, other than you and yours, there are arguably none better suited to the task of primal slaying. But they disbanded over 5 years ago, and neither hide nor hair of them has been seen of their commander since. Neither hide nor hair has been seen of their commander since. Absent their leader, I suspect they will be reluctant to join our cause. And yet I can think of no better option. I'll contact Weissgate, their erstwhile commander's right-hand man, and see if he will not hear us out. I will ask him to meet us at the Drowning Winch. Let us hope he is receptive to our offer. Noel, might I trust you and your brothers to continue the search for the blasphemy in the meantime? But of course, Admiral. Should we discover anything, you will be the first to know. Nod. I forgot that Brayflox was part of the Company of Heroes. I will reach out to Weissgate, the former first mate of the company, and see if he's willing to meet us at the Drowning Winch. Worry not, my spawn brothers and I will keep our eyes on the crushing tide in the meantime. I'm busy being worried that haha funny joke character Tractome will show up and say something annoying that I won't like. I remember when I thought that that character was funny. I no longer think that that character is funny. Maybe he'll show up in the background and like fall off a cliff and explode in a comedic fashion. Time to kill Titus again, that's right. I think it's funny how he doesn't know the name of any primals, but I don't think his other jokes are funny. Hey look, that's a good screenshot. My apologies for the delay. It's me, Merlewhip. I'm just standing here. You're alone, or so your plea fell on deaf ears? You're alone? Just you? Smirk. And here I swore 5 years ago that I was done playing hero. What the heck is this song? This must be a 1.0 song that, like, hasn't been used ever anywhere else. Hey, look, it is all of them. Can someone explain what this is all about? Believe it or not, I'm a respectable man with respectable obligations these days. I don't remember any of the voices I gave these people. I've never heard this song before in my life. Take that pole arm out of your arse, old friend, and stop pretending you're not still a murderous bastard at heart. Watch that wicked tongue of yours, Uold, lest I skewer it and prove you right. Ah, nothing like a reunion with dear companions over a bottle of the Winch's finest vintage. That is why we're here, right? Long time no eye catch, Uplanders. Brayflox is tummy tickled to see gobby friends again. I forgot Uold having the rolling R's was a thing, yeah. Kicking Rad. Right, yeah, he is blind, I do remember that. Thank you for assembling on such short notice. Spare us the pleasantries, Admiral. Why are we here? Uold Nun has the same voice as, like, at least 33 to 50% of Khajiit in the Elder Scrolls franchise, is what I'm imagining immediately from the rolling R's mostly. I make a simple request. Reform the Company of Heroes and then Limsa Lominsa your strength. Gasp! You've a reason, I'm sure. I'd hear it. I would hear it. Actually, that brings me to a question. Like, I've talked a little bit about it, but would anyone here be directly either interested or disinterested in seeing more Elder Scrolls Online streams at any point? I imagine that the prevailing opinion is probably generally, like, neutral. Like, sure, that could be cool, I guess. But is there anyone who's really like, yeah, I want to see ESO? Or anyone who's really like, no, I don't want to see ESO? I'm just curious. Yeah. Fair enough. That's about what I expected. I feel like maybe eventually there will be parts of it that have a stronger story than the part at the beginning. So if I do stream more of it in the future, it will be if I've like gotten really into it. I want to be like, maybe this part will be cool. So it won't be, I am unlikely to cover the entire game as I did with Final Fantasy XIV and am doing. So there you have it. A terrible fiend known as a blasphemy prowls our seas, transforming the Sahagin into ravening beasts. At the same time, the Sahagin themselves, specifically a hostile faction calling themselves the Crushing Tide, had declared their intention to summon Leviathan anew. Should they succeed, we would be hard-pressed to deal with the Primal, while still dealing with the other threats. A right pickle indeed. But the answer is no. The commander disbanded the company, and as his first mate, it's not my place to gainsay his final order. Sod that, I say. Have you forgotten our company's creed? The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. Are the people now in danger not the same men and women we fought to defend years ago? The commander would not have turned his back on them, and neither should we. Bold words, Landonel, but do you truly believe we can honor them as we are? Old mercenaries past their prime, lacking the commander whose wisdom and prowess saw them to glory once upon a time. Ah, yes, your commander. What if Sucro here were to lead you in his stead? Surely you would not question her abilities. Wait, what? Gasp! But like, a back emote. An intriguing proposition. I, for one, would not be averse to serving under such a decorated hero. Gobby friend has goodly head for fighty think and goodly arms for thinky fight. Okay. Yeah, great. That's a fantastic line of dialogue. Thank you, Braveflock Soltox. I don't know why I enunciated that in that way. Goodly head for fighty think and goodly arms for thinky fight. As ringing an endorsement as any, but I would hear it from the woman herself. Do you believe you're capable of leading the company of heroes into battle? If you've the stones to follow me, or a better battle than a banquet. Sucro would never say the first one or the second one here. Sucro would probably be like, I guess. Better battle than a banquet. That's more Sucro like. Still nursing that grudge, are we? I suppose we still owe you a few dozen favors. If you're willing to lead, we'll follow. Yeah, I do remember that it's a reference to that. For sure. 5 years to the day. Truth be told, I was enjoying the more leisurely life, but when duty calls... Gabi speak is fantastic, yes. Wait, before we proceed, I must ask, have we no way of reaching out to the commander? Nod. Forgotten how he took his leave, have we? Up and vanishing so we could each find our own way, apart from him and the company. I doubt we'll see him again, much as I wish we could. To the matter at hand, the missions you will undertake. First, you are to aid us tracking down the blasphemy that roams the sea. Second, you must prevent the Crushing Tide from summoning Leviathan at all costs. Oh, is that all? I thought we might get our feet wet with a real challenge. But in all seriousness, we should take care to decide who attends to what. Nod. Sounds like a job for our acting commander. I'm sure she'll give it all due consideration. Nod. Weisskate may be skeptical, but I for one have little doubt you will prove a worthy commander for the company of heroes. Brayflux happily gives hand-lending to Uplander. The others may gripe and groan, but not me. I'll be the first to admit that I missed the action. Please think twice before assigning me to the same group as Landinel. I don't know what's worse, his tendency to wave his lance in people's faces, or all the shouting and blustering that he engages in while doing so. Have we finished with all the logistical nonsense? I'm eager for a taste of the old violence. You know the flavor. I keep wanting to say his name is Landil, but that is a surname of a Phantasy Star character instead. Or just a snake, maybe? So if I understand this correctly, we're to bring down this so-called blasphemy. Of course, to do that, we'll need to find the damn thing first. We've also got to prevent the crushing tide from summoning their god Leviathan. Tall order in and of itself. And as acting commander, it's your job to decide who will be doing what, based on the skills we each have to offer. I'd recommend you start by having a chat with each of us, that you might develop a sense of the strengths and weaknesses, mostly strengths of course, of the storied veterans under your command. Nod. Nod. My specialty, you ask? Why, impaling fiends with this lance of mine, of course. The stronger the foe, the better. None are a match for me. It would be folly to waste my talents on dealing with those slippery fishmen. Set me against that so-called blasphemy and I'll have the thing on a skewer before you could say Merlwyn Blofiswin. Which task will you entrust to Landinel? Pursuing and slaying the blasphemy? Preventing the primal summoning? I actually have to, like, make decisions, I guess? Look, I know what you want to do, Landinel. But we all know I'm gonna be fighting the blasphemy at the end of the quest line, right? That's kind of like how it goes. I would have you prevent the primal summoning. Oh. Have you lost your wits? Send Landinel after the Sahagan and he's like to help them summon Leviathan to sate his bloodlust. Oh, gods help us all. I guess I'm wrong. Time to restart the entire video game. I will speak plain. I am not some battle-crazed barbarian like Landinel. As none of the you, a tribe of peerless hunters, I conduct my affairs with discipline and prudence. As such, I know better than any that to rush headlong into battle is rarely the best course of action. Far wiser it is to observe from afar and proceed with caution. So these are the two choices for all of them. And you specifically said not... Dang it. Can I start over? I wish I could have spoken to all of you beforehand. I know this doesn't actually matter, but... Yeah, alright. Prevent the primal summoning. Nod. Very astute if I do say so myself. There are few better suited to the task of averting needless bloodshed than the famously circumspect Uad Nun. As you well know, my vision is somewhat lacking these days. I can still defend myself when necessary, but I'd rather it not come to that. My condition also leaves me rather unsuited to scouting and searching. It wasn't always the case, but such is life. On the other hand, I'd like to think I've gotten quite good at sounding out the intentions of others during negotiations and the like. What if I just assign everybody to preventing the summoning? You've a keen sense for these things, I see. More so than reconnaissance or battle, Shamani has a knack for working behind the scenes to see the company's goals achieved. Sucro's not good at leadership, necessarily. Alright. Everybody prevent the summoning except Brayflux, who will kill. Rayflux, master remaker of Illuminati treasures, offers much hand-ending with ingenuity. Far-seeing spyglass sees far into ocean deep. Crackfires go boom and blast beasts into bitty pieces. Wait, no, that's correct, apparently. A logical choice, if I do say so myself. Rayflux's mastery of tools and armaments are sure to avail you in tracking and felling that beasts. Can I start over? It would seem that everyone has their assignments. I made a mistake, though. Can't say I agree with all your choices, but given that you've only just assumed command, I reckon you've done well enough. Nod. Bro, only assigning Brayflux to kill is funny. And with all that, it's time we got to work. I procured link pearls for one and all that we can keep each other apprised of our progress. You may pick them up from Maelstrom Command. Nod. We'd best be off then. Should we need to regroup or reconsider our strategy, call for us. Nod. Can you tell me without spoiling how much those choices matter at all? I will return to command and share these developments here with the Secretariat and our Sahagin friends. Do join me if you can, Commander Sucro. Zero? Yeah, that about makes sense. Commander Sucro. Rika cameo. Commander Sucro is strange to hear. Commander Funk, that's right. Apparently. What's my actual rank again? That's in here somewhere. Captain, right? Captain is currently the highest rank attainable still, from what I recall. Unless they've secretly added more, which would be unusual. Oh, hey. Admiral Bluffus has tasked me with overseeing communications between you and the Company of Heroes. First, you'll be needing a link pearl. Pray speak with the Secretariat. Ah, Sucro, the Admiral has apprised me of the situation in full. Furnish Sucro with a link pearl, yes? Of course, Admiral. Obtained. It would seem the company is trying to reach us. Phone call. Oh there, Commander. Just give the word and I'll come running. Lower your goddamned voice, will you? Watch your tongue or I'll track you down and rip yours out. Sounds like it's going great. They sound more like mortal enemies than old companions. That's where Sucro comes in. I'm trusting you to whip them back into shape. Make them a force to be reckoned with. Shrug. I will have the Secretariat contact you if there are any developments. I would convey them to the entire company by link pearl, but we cannot afford anyone taking reckless action. In the meantime, I will reach out to Noel and see what he has gleaned about the crushing tide in their hideout. Let us hope for good tidings, Commander. You know why this is double weird? Because there is another MMO where everyone calls you Commander, and it's Guild Wars 2. Yeah, there are higher ranks than Captain. In, like, so in the datas, but, you know, they're not accessible. I think now is a good time to BRB. Probably. And that means it's time again for a funny thing to happen on the screen. Will it be this, or will it be that? It was this again. I have to know, in the event that I were to add a theoretical third option to this or that was, for example, the other one, which I specifically said had a very small chance of winning, how many people would vote for it every time? I feel like at least one person would. Also, this might be loud, but it is loud. I get the feeling that if I did add a third one, the actual video for it would involve Ghost shrugging confusedly, and then instead of the usual victory theme, it's just this from Animal Crossing. It would just play this for a while. Well, Ghost is very confused and like half confusion, half like resigned to the existence of a funny triangle that's neither this nor that. Anyway, enough of Mr. Rossetti's theme. Here we are. Is there actually like a... If I type lean again... Oh, no, it just re-leans. I don't... There's not an unlean. Not exactly. I've been tasked with... Yeah, you already said that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was funny. I was looking through old clips and saw that the other day. It is fairly silly. Grave news, Sucro. We just received word that Candlekeep Quay is under attack. It would seem the crushing tide has struck again. The Admiral asks that you deploy the company of heroes at once. Our man here will act as your signaler. The company of heroes is awaiting your orders. Nod. Phone call. Candlekeep Quay? Both Landinel and Uad Nun should be close by. What are your instructions? Landinel is a hot-headed warrior who lives for the thrill of battle, while Uad Nun is a calm and calculating hunter. Both can serve you well, but better if assigned to a task suited to their skills. I will tell Landinel to fight. That seems like a Landinel. Consider it done, Commander. And I will tell Uad Nun to help people evacuate. Understood. The rest of us will head there at once. I'll tell the Admiral you and the company of heroes are on your way. Godspeed. You have orders from the Admiral to make for Candlekeep Quay and provide support for the company as needed. I think I'd live to see the famed company of heroes not only reform, but fight at our side. Also, this is called A Mother's Suffering, so I'm sure that something sad is going to happen. Also, we still haven't seen that other person in the quest image. I can only assume that's going to be the elusive commander or something. Good to know my colleagues haven't grown rusty in the years since we disbanded. Rayflux's treasures go boom! Blast fishymen to bitty bits! Is that all? And I was just getting warmed up. You kept us waiting long enough, Commander. Not that I'm complaining, more fishmen for me to skewer. Worry not, the tide has already ebbed, if you follow my meaning. Nautical Metaphor 2 of the entire line of quests so far. What if I had assigned them backwards? Would it have done anything? Perhaps you're curious how your men carried out your orders. You'll be pleased to hear that Landinel led the attack with his characteristic aplomb, dancing amongst his foes with such speed and ferocity that were dizzying to watch. I think that's the leave it to me emote. Uad Nun made full use of his talents in leading the rescue effort. Not a single man, woman, or child suffered so much as a scratch. Also the leave it to me emote. I had my doubts at first, but you've passed your first trial as acting captain with flying colors. Joy. determined, while grinning. Nod. The battle is over, I see. 'Tis good to see the company of heroes can still live up to its name. I demand answers. Why did you target Candlekeep Quay? I spit on your questions, filthy shorewalker! I was hoping we might do this the easy way, but if you insist... So you would torture us? You shorewalkers are all the same. Savage brutes, the lot of you. Torture? Please, we're not so uncivilized as that, my slippery friend. Brayflox's shiny treasure will have fishmen trading tongue flaps in no time. Allow me to explain. Shamani Lomani and Brayflox are well practiced in the art of interrogation. Shamani has a sharp mind, as I'm sure you've noticed, and a knack for getting information out of uncooperative types with a minimum of fuss. Brayflox, on the other hand, her methods can be unconventional to say the least, but it's hard to argue with the results. Well, Commander, the choice is yours to make. Brayflox, I choose you. Wow. Shamani sounds like the correct choice for this to me. Sorry, Brayflox. But of course, Commander. Watch as I get him talking without so much as lifting a finger. They tell me your kind are particularly fond of Lanosian oranges. Might I interest you in a glass of delightful orange wine brewed from our latest harvest? This is... another glass, Shorewalker! I demand it in return for the crimes you've committed against my spawn brothers! A mere glass, my friend. Why, I'd be more than happy to offer you a full bottle, nay, an entire cask, if you provide us with the answers we seek. This is bribery, not interrogation. I don't know why the screen had to fade out for this. We have a deal, Shorewalker. For a cask of that blissful beverage, I will tell you all my secrets. Yeah, I was worried for a moment. Again, I ask, why did you target Candlekeep Quay? Dao himself gave the order, said we must establish a foothold in preparation for our assault on the city. He means to attack Limsa Lamensa itself, but with your numbers, that would be folly. Speaker Dao commands power beyond the comprehension of you shorewalkers. We have dealt with Leviathan before. You misunderstand. Speaker Dao says it is a greater power still, the very first being blessed by our Lord. Ah, the blasphemy. The blasphemy. Tell me where Dao is. An island far to the south and east. There he performs the rite that will summon forth the Divine One and deliver my brothers and I to glory. Thank you for your cooperation. I suspect that Dao is hiding out somewhere on the Ciel d'Alace, a deserted isle, most likely. I don't know much about these so-called blasphemies, but can they truly be tamed so easily? Shake head. We have no evidence they can, but we must operate under the assumption that Dao has found a way. I will ready a ship. We set sail for the Ciel d'Alace at once. Prepare yourselves and meet me at the docks as soon as you are ready. I'll have Shamani and Brayflox continue the interrogation in the meantime. Our friends here might still be hiding something from us. Nod. I don't know, I don't think we really need to do interrogation more. Brayflox, keep watch eyes on this place. Don't you worry, Brayflox and I have the situation under control. I keep mistaking this part of the map as like a quest indicator to go here, because of the red tint of it. I have no idea. Presumably something. I think all the voicing of characters is doing something to my throat a little bit. This is the second time in 2 streams I've seen multiple people standing around sweeping an area in sync. People really want to keep places clean these days. I don't know a blasphemy from a hole in the ground. All I know is I'm ready to kill the bleeding thing. This is the enemy's stronghold. Never forget that they have the advantage. Let's see how this blasphemy likes my axe between its eyes. Icegate's voice is different every text box. Everyone is here? Good. We make this for the Ciel Delace in search of Dao's hideout. Our friend Noel will be waiting for us there. The blasphemy too may be present. Be vigilant and keep your weapons at the ready. Well, Commander, do you have any words for your men on the eve of battle? The duty of the strong, or all for one. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. Is to protect the weak! Could be. I haven't seen it like before. Oh, this area is Hullbreaker Isle. This is just copied from Hullbreaker, I'm pretty sure. Well, we found them. We meet again, Dao. Where is the blasphemy? Tell us now, so we may end this madness. Hehehe. Eye narrow. Concerning. Concerning, but a bit silly. Speak of the bloody devil! There it is! The dread beast I saw beneath the waves! The source of our woes. What? The echo of all the times! Sorry, I have to... What? Wait, what? Hey! Defend the commander! Oh, Twintania is the... Right. This is the only time Sukro has tried to not have the echo. And then the echo was like, hey, stop that. Stop that immediately. Oh, when they said the queen was very sick, that's what they meant. I see. So I noticed something had been dropped under my desk, and I was distracted by it until I picked it up and put it in the trash, as it was supposed to be. It was a napkin. Oh, this is probably not what they meant exactly when they said the queen was very sick, but she probably went from being very sick to being the blasphemy. I bring grave tidings, my queen. The wretched shorewalkers poison the minds of my spawn brothers with false words and foul magics. Our poor beguiled brethren renounce Lord Leviathan and name him a false god. They treat with Lim Salominsa, and some even call for an alliance. We must summon him, that the lost might receive of his blessing anew. This I would gladly do had our stock of crystals not run dry. Spawning time is nearly upon us, yet you fight and bicker amongst yourselves. How am I to birth a new brood when my children grown stand divided? Who dares enter the sacred chamber? Forgive my intrusion, Queen Mother. I speak for the Sahagin who seek an accord with the Shorewalkers. A new age is upon us. We needn't turn to false gods nor foment bitterness and bloodshed in our precious spawning grounds. The Shorewalkers have changed. They endeavor to understand us, to share these lands with us, that they might have peace.
That they may have peace and we are spawning grounds. Could this be true? Lies, lies! Do not be deceived by that one's delusions, my queen. He is a heathen who has strayed from Lord Leviathan's light. The Shorewalkers are oath-breakers, now and forevermore. As they extend one hand in friendship, they clutch a dagger in the other. We are beasts in their eyes, deserving of naught but slaughter. Oh, for a blessed moment, I felt the faintest touch of hope. But you are right, Dao. They are demons, and we are damned. Oh, for woe, my poor children have lost their faith. Their minds poisoned by lies, they turn away from the Lord of the world and cast their lot with the enemy. 'Tis so, my queen, 'tis so. We will have no choice but to abandon our sacred spawning grounds and sink to the ocean's floor to rot and decay. Thou, dearest of my children, you tell then that we have no future? Shake head. How can I bring new life into this world knowing that my brood will have their hearts stolen and abandon me? I didn't catch the whole text box. I cannot! Oh, what's happening? Please, my queen, you must calm yourself. Such power, such beauty, a blessing from Lord Leviathan himself. Wow. Well, this situation sucks. So this is a blasphemy, eh? I can see what all the fuss was about. Have your wits about you? Good. If you can fight, now is the time. Nod. Strike now, my queen! Send the Shorewalkers and their honorless leader to her death! Eh? What's that? Oh. Oh. Oh, what's happening? I can't feel my legs! That's not good. That's bad. I would say that's bad and not good. I would say this is not a great situation. Why, mother? Are we not your children too? Yeesh. Hey, you already inflicted down for the count. Damn it, we cannot weather another blow like the last. Bullet! Oh, you can just shoot it. That makes things easier. I still don't know what in the seven hells just happened, but I'll be damned if I'm going to go down without a fight. Do I have access to that one text box I accidentally skipped over? How can I bring new life into this world knowing that my brood will have their hearts stolen and abandon me? How can I bear this unbearable sadness, was the line. Yeah, okay. I can see it. Oh no, something terrible is happening in Limsa. I just noticed area chat.
Apparently some sort of terrible organization or group or something. I don't know what's happening. Limsa is evil sometimes. Shout Chat is evil sometimes is maybe more accurate. Though it seems like it's more like people rebelling against an advertised community with a poor reputation. So maybe it's actually good. Steady, the beast is feeding on our ether. We'll not survive a head-on fight. The bad part is the advertising people here in this case. So it's less something terrible happening in Limsa and more like something terrible happening in Limsa and also there's people calling it out, which is good. Anyway. Landinel, Uod, remember the company's stratagem when faced with overwhelming odds. Nod. Grimace. Bomb. Retreat! Retreat! Let's get ourselves the bloody hells out of here! Ah, the Joseph Joestar technique. I think. Looking around, seeing nothing. Hey, look, it is the mysterious person with a gun. Hit the bricks, you can leave, etc. Were the other beasts we faced also once my spawn brothers? I cannot bear the thought. So that was the blasphemy. Intriguing creature. For the first time in many summers, we find ourselves with a worthy foe. Face to face with the damned beast, and I could barely lift my spear. Next time, mark my words, that bastard fish is going to pay. With no path to victory can be found, flee and fight another day. It might not be the kind of approach that make a bard sing your praises. 2 small typos in this quest line alone. Interesting. The typos are concentrated here. Also, hey, Uad has a Crypt Lurker shield. How'd you get that? How did that happen, Uad? Yellow Jackets, if you're quick, could be the subtitle of the Rogue questline. TBH. I don't know why I said TBH, but it seemed appropriate. It might not be the kind of approach that make a bard sing your praises. Parentheses, or brackets, seek, end brackets, but it's kept us alive and that's enough. I have shown that I'd made a Sucro version of that meme on stream before, I'm pretty sure. It's older now. And it's a little bit more rude to Thancred than I might be now. But I still think this is a funny image. I've made so many dang Sucro memes. I like my Final Fantasy XIV character so much. Did you know this? Did you know that I think Sucro's really cool and good? I think Final Fant Onlin is maybe a highlight of the image, honestly. Also, Real Winners Quit in the Eorzean font at the bottom. Also pretty good. Also, Money Terrorists is pretty funny. Alright. Yeah, he was more... Thancred was more intolerable before. I feel like I could have a scene of rotating Sucro memes, and it would like take like 15 minutes to go through all of them if they were like not there for, even if they weren't on screen for very long each. I've made so many dang Sucro memes. Let me see if I can... Dang it, it's so difficult to find anything. There it is. There's Doom Comics Sucro. I noticed jugular rip and abdomen tear existing. So, this is another example of so many Sucro memes existing. It's a combination of I really like my character, she's very important to me, and also I've developed shitposting skills over time, which are fun to employ. The whiff is very good, yeah. I'm glad that you think I am extremely powerful. Here's Sucro finding a boss key. The thing is, like, it's difficult to me to complete a large scale project, but if I have like a smaller scale idea, you could almost bet on something, some result of the idea appearing within hours of me having a silly joke idea for like a image or something. It will not take much time for me to do all sorts of silly shenanigans. I made a version of this image where the page is blank and I could put anything on it, but the first idea I had for putting anything on it was this. I know big projects are made up of lots of small projects, that is true, but it's difficult to approach them in the same way. Like, it's easier to have a bunch of like all of the smaller silly things that I make are like disconnected from each other, basically. Oh yeah, this one.
Amogus.
True. This guy got killed. Rip this guy. What other... There's probably like a billion things. Yeah. Dang it, Fan Daniel. Why do you be Fan Daniel? Sometimes silly ideas I have take like 2 seconds, so... There's also that. Like this one took like 3 minutes maximum. I think she's directly in the center of this, in case you're wondering. Okay, I'll stop being distracted. Yeah, she's close to directly in the center of this picture. But anyway. Damn it all, we'd have better luck holding back the tide of Sucro memes. How goes it, friends, is what I would normally ask, but judging from the muttered cursing, I gather it did not go all that well. We barely escaped with our lives. To think the damned beast had the power to stop us in our tracks, literally. God, that would be very funny. Also, for the record, the Monster Energy Lunar depicted in that image, I think I decided would probably taste like some sort of combination of mint and grape flavors. I don't know why I think this, but I do believe this. What do we know of the creature's origins? Was it once a Sahagan as you suspected? Mayhap the echo afforded Sucro some insight. Nod, explaining. Taos villainy knows no bounds, sowing seeds of despair in our queen... What? This is not the null voice. Sowing seeds of despair in our queen mother's heart, that she might transform into that monstrosity. I've added an accent by mistake. If she was the first to turn, then there was nothing deliberate about it. Still, it's clear that his words served as a catalyst. If we kill the blasphemy, it'll be tantamount to killing the Sahagan's queen. That's not going to endear us to them one bit. I cannot turn my spear against the mother who birthed me, let alone take her life. Out of curiosity, did anyone see who fired that shot? Were it not for them, we'd all be dead. Nod. I know not, but we must formulate a plan, and quickly. My scouts tell me that the blasphemy has left the island and now roams the open sea. I will order them to continue the search. In the meantime, we must find a means to overcome the beast's formidable offense. I can't imagine the Twintania model swimming, truthfully. It'd be like a really goofy doggy paddle or something, with like half of the maw sticking up out of the waves. It would look similar to a Super Mario blarg, actually, now that I'm trying to picture this in my mind. Leave that to us. Time and again, we've used our wits and experience to triumph over the longest odds. To defeat your enemy, you must first know your enemy. Tell me, Commander, what do you reckon was the most valuable knowledge we gleaned from our initial encounter? The blasphemy is the Sahagan queen transformed, or that the blasphemy has the power to absorb ether. Probably that second one. Blasphemy has the power to absorb ether. I concur. Now that we know how the beast disables its foes, we can use this knowledge to devise a proper defense against it. You know, I can imagine that too, Sasuke. That's also a great thing to imagine. But that is not all we have learned. While the blasphemy can maneuver through the water, it also frequents caves and the like. Our best chance of defeating it would be in such a place. Our only chance, I dare say. I will send scouts to identify any and all large caverns and coastal areas that could serve as shelter for a massive creature. To ensure the safety of our people and to have any hope for peace with the Sahagan, this is a battle we must win. All your strength and wisdom will be needed in the days to come. Dismissed. Nod. The World Eater. ... Come, let us share our findings with the Maelstrom. Nod. So is there anything that like explodes when it's drained of ether so that we could prank the blasphemy into causing a cave-in and being destroyed? Or we could just cause a cave-in if we found the blasphemy in a cave. That seems like a reasonable idea. If even the famed company of heroes could not bring it down, this so-called blasphemy must be a formidable beast indeed. The Admiral told me of your encounter with the blasphemy. The result may not have been ideal, but I am heartened to see you return safely. Now that we have seen what the blasphemy is capable of ourselves, 'tis more plain to me than ever that it must be slain. Reach out to all trade ships entering and departing Limsa. Inform them that any sightings of the blasphemy are to be reported to Maelstrom Command at once. Understood, but given the beast's abilities, how do you intend to overcome it? I trust that the company of heroes and Sucro, experienced primal slayers all, will find a way. And yet I would leave no resource untapped. There was one more whose expertise I would call upon if he would agree. Even Weisgate is at a loss as to his former commander's whereabouts, but mayhap Einzar could offer some guidance. No doubt you are still fatigued from the battle with the blasphemy. Pray rest while you are able. When we are ready to take further action, you will hear from me. Till then, take care. Nod. And various salutes. 2 of them. Out of the shadows. Another coconut cod chowder. Ah, Sucro, I wish I had better news for you, but the blasphemy continues to elude us. Oh, a phone call. Oh, right.
Can you hear me, Commander? This is Weisgate. I have an idea how we might take down the blasphemy. Meet me in Costa del Sol as soon as you're able.
Well, that sounds promising. I'll tell the Admiral you'll be away for a bit. Godspeed and stay safe out there.
First, we use Gegaruju as bait, because nobody likes him. Then something else happens, then we fight the blasphemy. Apologies for having you come all this way, Sucro. Ever since our encounter with the blasphemy, I have been racking my brain to find a way of dealing with its debilitating attack. Sadly, I've come up empty-handed, and my companions fare no better. That's when I started thinking, if only our finest was still with us. He always had a knack for noticing what the rest of us missed. His eyes were so sharp he could spot a foe's weakness with a single glance. It's thanks to him that we were able to slay both Leviathan and Titan and live to tell the tale. The rub is, well, he's a bit eccentric. And yes, I know you could say that about all the company members. But unlike us, he prefers to work from the shadows. Truth be told, I've not seen him since the day we disbanded. I doubt he'd help his old comrades even if we asked, but an order from the company's acting commander would be a different story. In our heyday, we had a way of reaching him. Whistle at the forked road, and sooner or later he'd show himself. Didn't matter when, winter or summer, in broad sunlight or the dead of night, he'd always be watching from afar. With any luck, he still is now. Questioning head tilt? But I've rambled on enough. Go on now. This may be our best and only hope.
Now that you mention it, that is kind of the way they're referring to him. Is this readable? It is, but I don't know what it says exactly. Hidden Falls Docks. I had to look at the map. I'm being surprised by readable signage. Perhaps due to the extreme lack of such a thing on the moon. Here I was, enjoying my retirement. Why'd you have to go and bloody whistle? Wave. Are you... Hey, Lawrence. You know, that might actually be the guy with the famous sideways hold of the gun? That name rings a bell. Also, hey Lawrence, are you aware that you're wearing armor from Endgame Moon content? By any chance? Because that is the armor based on Spoony Bardman, but like dyed a blue color. Or at least the model is the same. Call me Lawrence. I'm the company's resident sharpshooter. At least I was in my day. No need to tell me who you are. I've been watching you for quite some time. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just curious how my former mates are faring. Not as curious as folks were about me, though. First Weisgate, then old Miss Beard himself. Ah, as if those codgers could ever catch me. And now Eorzea's storied hero summons me forth. Now yours is storied hero. I've got this kind of accent, I guess. Summons me forth. No need to say why. You're gonna ask me to help you take down the blasphemy. Nod. I'm not asking you, I'm ordering you. Or have you forgotten the duty of the strong? Did you forget the duty of the strong? It's pretty important. Gasp. Never could refuse whenever someone trotted out those hackneyed words. So tell me, Acting Commander, what specific duty would you task me with? I trust you do have a plan. Apparently, Sucro has a plan. Or maybe the plan is ask you for advice. So you need a way to neutralize the beast's most potent attack. I can tell you like getting up close and personal with your foes, at least when you're in this particular job quest line. So you'll be needing support from a distance. What do you suppose might be best suited to that role? Merlwib, of course. You? Obviously? Come on. Damn right. My eyes are among the keenest in the realm, as you doubtless heard from Icegate. In pure marksmanship, none in Limsa the Admiral's equal. Yet Merlwib is ill-suited for a supporting role. Not for lack of skill, of course. Rather, come to think of it, there's something you should know. Follow me. Lawrence is a familiar name. I don't know the 1.0 lore enough, but the belief that he is the guy with the funny gun hold could be 100% true. That's an island, that is. Quite the view, wouldn't you say? I often come here to admire the sea. If you would, indulge me for a moment and I'll spin you a yarn. Just try not to doze off. I've been practicing my Weaver levels. Back in piracy's golden age, the League of Lost Bastards ruled the Rotano. I was one of them, as was Merlwib. We were led by none other than our old man Blofusson, most feared captain on the high seas. Seeing this cutscene with the Eorzean Ninja Warrior course would be really pretty good. Feared by his enemies, that is. But stern and unforgiving though he was, he took me under his wing and showed me the ropes. I didn't equip the Night Mask. Aye, he was like a father to me, to us all, till that fateful day. Was in the year 1562, the Sixth Astral Era. Laments and merchantmen were struggling with nigh constant raids by the Sahagin. Around this time, Blofus had yielded the day-to-day leadership of the bastards to Merlwib, his pride and joy. He was still growing into the role, though. Everyone knew the old captain was still calling the shots. Old Blofus had a noble streak, he did. Order us to defend the traders from the fishpacks. Merlwib led the effort, and we fought day after day to keep the seas safe. I wish they'd stop calling Sahagin that. The fighting was fierce, but we always came out of it in one piece, until we didn't. Until after a skirmish, the Sahagin survivor with his last breath summoned forth the Lord of the Whirl. The great beast toppled our mast and cracked the keel like an egg. We clambered aboard the merchantman as our own ship sank. All to do but wait for the end. But then comes Blofus and his bleeding flotilla out of nowhere to pull us out of the fire. And he did. But the League of Lost Bastards would never be the same again. For even though we'd escaped with our lives, we soon discovered that Captain Blofus, our iron-willed, unwavering leader, had fallen under Leviathan's thrall. Oh. That's not great. Of course, in those days, we didn't know much about drowning or tempering. Didn't know what to make of our captain as he grew more haggard by the day, his words devolving into crazed rambling. One day he vanishes, taken off with half our men. Not long after, a band of pirates calling themselves the Serpent Reavers began taking prizes in the Indigo Deep alongside the Sahagin. At their helm was none other than Captain Blofus, who'd cast his lot with the fishpacks. I really wish they would stop calling them that. Merlwib knew what had to be done. To her credit, she didn't shirk from the deed. She acted quickly, sneaking off under the cover of night with a skeleton crew without so much as telling me. course, that didn't stop me from stowing myself in the cargo hold and joining her on the voyage. She was none too happy to see me at first, wanted to leave me out of it, she said. Seeing as I made myself known when she was struggling to fend off a horde of reavers and fishbacks, stop that, it wasn't hard to win her over. Her twin muskets fell in one after the next. As my sharpshooting kept her safe from afar, we cut a path to the center of the isle. It was there we found Blofus, or rather the miserable wretch he'd been reduced to. All bones with skin shriveled and a tangled mat of white hair, eyes bulging from his head like a fish as he prayed to the Lord of the world. Merlwyb challenged him to a duel, and a dim memory must have flickered in his drowned mind, for he accepted. And so, with only me there to witness it, Merlwyb ended her father's life. The League of Lost Bastards would have lived up to its name if it weren't for Merlwyb. She assumed full command and restored us to our former glory. Not long after, she triumphed in the Trident and was named Chief Admiral of Limsa Lumensa. I often think back upon that day, seeing her charge into battle, muskets blazing. Might seem reckless to some, but that's how Captain Blofus taught her, and she knows no other way. That's why I made it my job to support her from the shadows. It's a role in which I'll happily serve again. I owe that much to our old man. My only doubt was whether you, my friend, were worthy of commanding me, but watching you from afar has answered that question. Aye, tell Whiskate and the rest of my no-good companions that Lawrence stands with them. Nod. Okay. So you're not the commander, but you are the mystery sharpshooter previously unheard of. Got it. Lawrence show himself? Nod. Explain. Ah, now there's a surprise. I had some hope your words might reach him, but never did I imagine he would agree so readily. Just one thing. Sucro, I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention Lauren's involvement to the company. Lantinel in particular. They'll find out soon enough regardless. Questioning head tilt? At any rate, this gives us new hope in our battle against the blasphemy. All that remains is to set the snare and lure the beast into our clutches. Our scouts are on the lookout for the creature as we speak. The latest reports are to be believed. We are drawing ever closer. Nod. With that, I'd best get back to it, and I trust you to report these latest developments to the Maelstrom. Until we meet again, Commander. Goodbye, emote. The Admiral should be pleased to hear that Lawrence will be joining our fight. I think it's weird for Sucro to be called Commander. I don't know how I feel about this. It's only temporary, though, I suppose. Like I mentioned earlier, Guild Wars 2 is the MMO where they call you the Commander all the time. Can't find anything about Lawrence connected to 1.0? Okay. Fair enough. Catmander instead. Guild Wars 2 also has that functionality. You can purchase the ability in Guild Wars 2 to have a mark displayed on the minimap for everybody pinpointing your position, so that you can be marked as a commander. And in this way, people can follow you around for world events and the like. It is also possible to get icons for this that look like cat faces that are indeed referred to as Catmander icons. At least colloquially, though I'm not entirely sure. Lawrence is brought up as the believed to be dead leader of the company? Huh. He doesn't seem to be the leader. The search for the blasphemy continues, though I understand you've been carrying out an entirely different investigation. Explaining. A marksman by the name of Lawrence, eh? The Admiral will be pleased. Of course, we won't have much call for his skills until the blasphemy is found. Rest well and prepare yourself as necessary in the meantime. Lawrence, why does that ring a bell? To calmer seas. Despite our best efforts, the blasphemy continues to elude us. For the time being, we...
Sorry to interrupt, but I have an incoming communication from Weissgate.
This quest is a quest about good timing.
Commander, we've snared ourselves a blasphemy. Well, we've our erstwhile companion Real to thank. Knowing that the creature was once the Sahagan Queen, he kept a close eye on the spawning grounds. Sure enough, he spied a massive black shadow moving beneath the water not long ago. After receiving word, Shamani Lomani directed the Maelstrom warships in the vicinity to herd the beast with cannon fire into the Sastasha Sea Grot. Isolated as the Sea Grot is, we can engage our foe without putting small folk at risk. Any words for your men, Commander? Company of heroes assemble. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. And yeah, thank you, Player 2, Thancred. Sastasha Extreme. Basically, you don't have to tell me twice. I've been aching for a rematch. That's not the... Rush in blindly and it will go as poorly for you as it did the first time. Ah, knowing you, I'm sure you'll show up just in time to see me deal the killing blow. Now, can we not save our vitriol for the quarry, which I've lured to the perfect spot, that is now waiting patiently for all of you to put it out of its misery? Brayflux's gobby booms blast over a big blasphemy into bitty pieces. A motlier crew you'll never find, but will serve you well when the battle is joined, believe you me. This is Merwib. I will ready a warship at once. Assemble outside the wench once you've seen to all your preparations. So the time has come. I shall pray for your victory. That's it. I finally remembered where I heard the name Lawrence before. As I recall, he had quite the reputation in Limsa a few years ago for all the wrong reasons. Admiral Blofuswin awaits you with the drowning wench. Godspeed. So Lawrence was up to something at some point. Probably. I guess Savage tier trash pulls probably exist in the variant or Criterion dungeons, whichever one. I'm pretty sure they directly tell you who had the sideways shooting style eventually. Ah, Sucro. The others should be along soon. I don't know who it is, but I'm sure they have to explain that plot point eventually, right? The blasphemy is still contained within the Sastasha Sea Grot. There it will meet its end, navigator willing. Would that my brothers and I could join you in the fight, and yet, blasphemous though it may be, that beast was once our mother. I understand, Noel. Forgive us for what we must do. Were there a means to reverse the transformation, we would do it. We would do all in our power to bring your mother back. The fireworks here, happening because of the rising, are a little bit silly. Sadly, there is nothing left of her to save. For the future of the Sahagan and Limsa Luminsa alike, the blasphemy must be laid to rest. And when the deed is done, I would bring your brothers, even the crushing tide, aboard the great ship we call Vilbrand. 3 nautical metaphors. I'm counting that one. I do not want to slay your mother, but this thing she has become, a mindless beast who would enslave and kill her own, is an affront to the memory of who she was. It is not her. It is not. Remember this always. You must. Shake head. Merwib is speaking from experience on this one, as we've just been reminded. I will not ask you to shoulder the burden of matricide. When the time comes to strike the final blow, I will do the deed. Admiral, all you say is true, and yet... Phone call. Commander, I've sighted a group of fishbacks, crushing tide most like, headed straight for the sea grot. You'd best make your way here and fast. Thank you, Riol. Time to move out then. Any words for your men before we set sail? Nod. Don't go dying on me out there. Today the blasphemy falls. You've grown into this role quite well, haven't you?
I don't like the title. But enough talk. It's time to show the realm of that the company of heroes hasn't lost a step. A hot roll. That is funny, I guess. I didn't think of that when I said that. We'll stand a better chance of slipping past the crushing tide if we split up. Sucro and I will go together while the rest of you take a different route. Let us brook no further delay. To Sastasha. And then it's just like level synced down the first dungeon in the game. This is not what I had in mind. My queen, I beg of you, pray show your loyal son mercy. You should have expected this down. Well, no, you wouldn't have, I guess. Crushed. Dead. It is a little weird. The Indigo Beast. It's Dao, or what's left of him. I don't know if that was like a bloodstain or like a weird lighting thing, because it's not there anymore. This is the boss arena for Sastasha. Normal. Speaker Dao! Why would our queen do such a thing? It is as the Shorewalkers say. What we thought a blessing is in truth a terrible curse. The horror! We must away at once! And leave the Shorewalkers to face our Queen Mother alone? No. I will stand with them. You mustn't sully your hands with the blood of your mother. Go and be with your kin. Go! Forgive me. But yeah, it is weird that Melee DPS is like the leader a bit. Hello, Lawrence. I was beginning to think you wandered off a cliff, Lawrence. Hey, Lawrence, you know who you remind me of? You remind me of the most normal man in Chrono Cross. Do I have a picture of the most normal man? By any chance? I think I do, because at one point I was like, do you ever think about how this guy is the most normal man in Chrono Cross? Also, this is the same hairstyle that Sucro has, I guess. Let's just say it like that. I prefer to think of myself as fashionably late. This man's name is Norris, and he's exceptionally normal, and also Lawrence looks similar to him, and they both use a gun. The Chrono Cross equivalent of jeans, I guess. Yeah. Like, it's the closest you're gonna get, at the very least. But enough talk. It comes. My gun is very square, by the way. Okay, you're not holding your gun sideways, or like angled. Enough talk, have it thee. I think we've seen the phrase enough talk at least twice in this stream. My item level has been synced. Here it comes, we're counting on you, Lawrence. Ethereal orb. Aye, no enemy's weakness escapes my eyes. It's one shot here and... Okay, those are machinist animations. Aye, there we go. Grarg. See how easy it was? Reckon you can do it too, Acting Commander. Dang it. I keep targeting Lorenz. I don't want to do this. Lorenz, why am I targeting you? Okay, there's many orbs today. Trickers won't work on us anymore. Ain't that right, Acting Commander? Whoops, that's the wrong one. I forgot where I placed those, truthfully. That is true. It does feel like that. Indigo, whoa. Whoops. I think I teleported a slight bit too early. Oops, forgot to do Communio that time. Oh, Lorenz overlapped his AoE on me. That's very silly. Oh, that's where I put blood back. Okay. I was wondering. Samurai has to have at least, like, I think most of them have, like, 2. Oh, this boss doesn't have a flank. The circle is full. Or, I mean, this boss doesn't require positionals. I didn't even realize. That's funny. I forgot Communio again. Aha. I feel clever. Blasphemy is absorbing their ether. I have a bad feeling about this. That was the wrong one. Reaper is fun, actually. It just doesn't seem correct for Sucro to be a Reaper. Like, at all. Wait, oh, I'm supposed to be over here. Wait, why are you over there? Brayflux feels ouchy. It's enough ether to go blasting this entire island. We'd better work fast. We stand with you! Oh, hell yeah. As do we, for the future of the Indigo Deep. Noel and the crushing tide, let us stand as one, my friends. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons now. The wall's gone. Aye, this is our chance to strike. I got like a million buffs. I didn't get to use Communio as the last hit. That would have been funny. And yeah, this is like, that was like Realm Reborn music for sure. This fight is very cool. I think the Melee DPS role quest was pretty alright, actually. Not noticing Weiskate's protection field makes a lot of sense. It's pretty difficult to... I will not ask for your forgiveness, but this I promise, you will be remembered for the mother you were.
Admiral, I have no words.
I just sort of assumed I needed to stand near Weiskate and company. And company. But, like, I didn't even see the visual effect of the protection field at all when I was doing that, to be honest. If there was one.
Our Queen Mother returns to the depths in eternal slumber. With your strength, you could have crushed us easily. Why did you spare our lives? The beasts and blasphemies are born from the despair in our hearts, but no more. I would break the cycle. Though Tao may have been blind to it, I believe in a future where Sahagin and Luminson live in harmony. Barry is smiling. Even after losing who she was, your queen made for your spawning grounds, and it is there that she drew her last breath. When your next queen is crowned, know that she will have a safe place to raise her young. Once you've selected a suitable location, Limsa Lominsa will recognize and honor your claim. A promise for which we are grateful, Admiral, but what of the other peoples of Vilbrand? Nod. The kobolds are open to the idea. The details will need to be negotiated, but I am confident we can reach an agreement. Sahagin, Kobold, and Luminson alike yearn to abide in peace. We can make it so. I have never fought alongside shorewalkers before, but I must say, it felt good. We have fought our neighbors for generations. It has won us only suffering and tragedy. I beg of you, lay down your spears. Shh.
We'll take time and effort to bridge the gulf between our peoples. Does that count as a nautical metaphor? Can I count that as like half a nautical metaphor or like a pun? But bridge it we shall. A gulf is a body of water, you see. Lawrence. The comedy zone. I dare say we have a lot of talking to do as well, don't we, Commander Lawrence? Oh, you were the commander. Oh. Ah, Landonel, if you just allow me to explain. I love Bravelock sliding into frame. Let's be off before they drag us into this mess. Nod. Fighting with cubby friends gives Bravelocks good feels. I agree, Bravelocks, I think. I mean, like, I know exactly what you meant, but I'm not sure that I can say the exact same statement from my perspective. Because I'm not Gabi. At last, it's over. We can take pride in the respite we've won, but we must never forget those who could not be here with us to enjoy it. Wondering where I was during the battle? Well, I wasn't slacking off, if that's what you're implying. My duty was to protect the ship to ensure our safe return, truly. Shamani, I would not expect you to fight. So that's fine. I dare say that blasphemy was the most formidable foe our company has ever faced. I must further hone my skills, lest the next enemy prove too tough for us to handle. But yeah, like, Shamani, you're like the information specialist, and also you've been blinded. And I don't know if you have any expertise in fighting while blinded. You don't have to be in the fight. Who invited this bloody bastard anyway? Oh there, good to see our acting commander, hail and hearty. Forgive us for what we have done, Queen Mother. Why did we ever believe that monstrosity was a blessing? What fools we were. Dang it, Hades, why are you always making prank boss fights like this? Perfect time, acting commander. You must save me from this bloodthirsty bastard. Well, Lawrence, let's hear your excuse, and it had better be a good one. Why in the seven hells were you skulking about in the shadows while we did all the dirty work? Ah, I think you'd not be any happier if I showed myself sooner. I can hear your whinging now. Why, you didn't think we could handle this on our own? I'd be bloody furious regardless. Don't think I've forgotten what happened, or rather didn't happen, on the day of our duel. Even though the future of the company hung in the balance, I waited and waited and waited some goddamn more, and still you never turned up. But I've got you now, and I will have satisfaction. Given Lauren's penchant for late arrivals, I couldn't help but worry too. To say he cut it fine would be an understatement. And not by choice, as usual. My scouts observed him roaming near Costa del Sol not long ago. It would seem our commander's woeful sense of direction has not improved in the least. I'm honestly surprised he never realized, Landonil, that was to blame for his extreme tardiness. The commander did indeed arrive at the agreed-upon location for your duel after the sun had risen and set a half dozen times. Navigator, take me. Shamani, you promised that would stay between the two of us. Brave Locks, you have a kind word or two for your old commander, don't you? Commander Lawrence, Commander no more. New commander, friend to gobbies everywhere. Those mini sweatworks for gobby kind. I thought you were too much of a coward to face me in battle. Come now, Landoniel, you know me better than... And it's settled. We fight here and now. On your guard. Put that thing down, I say. You could hurt someone with that. Not in the middle of town. This is the sulk emote. These... You know what? I think these people deserve a collective... clown. For their shenanigans. Hard to believe that he was once the glue that held this merry band together. That's right, if you hadn't realized the obvious, Lawrence is our former commander. Forgive me for not stating it plainly sooner. Didn't want you to think we doubted your leadership. He's got his quirks, but as you saw, he's a force of nature on the battlefield. Nod. Anyhow, I think we can all say your stint as acting commander has been a rousing success. Now I reckon it's about time you gave your final order. Company of Heroes band break once more? Bravelocks never liked parting with gobby friends. Here. I may have my complaints, but when we're together, a good fight's never far away. You hardly need a company or commander to get you that. Should Limsa again be imperiled, there's nothing stopping us from rising to the occasion. So then you're all strong enough in your own right. Why not serve the weak in your own ways? The secret is that Landoniel did not show up until now because his outfit wasn't modeled until Endwalker. Or not Landoniel, or wait. Lawrence is who I meant. Now he's posing. It's time for you to do what I once did. Give your men their final orders and send them on their way. Oh. At last, it's over. Alright, okay. Alright, left to right. You had quite the turn of duty, but all good things must come to an end. Any parting words before we go our separate ways? Give Gegaruju my best don't. Give him my worst regards. Let the company of heroes be disbanded. Finally, I can enjoy some semblance of peace again. At least as much peace as a man can enjoy waiting hand and foot on the Lord of Costa del Sol. May have been rough sailing at times. 4.5 nautical metaphors. But I rather enjoyed serving under you, Acting Commander Sucro. Yeah, best disregards. Exactly. Well, if you've something to say, let's hear it. Return to the whalers and keep the murdering to a minimum. Stop killing people too much. As if I needed you to tell me. While I enjoyed the diversion, I know as well as any that my true place is in Gridania leading a respectable life. You may not have been the perfect commander, but 12 is my witness. I hope to fight by your side again. Farewell. What do you mean I wasn't the perfect commander? Come on. I am likely to give them all the second option, but I refuse to acknowledge Gegaruju, other than hating him. I await your orders, Commander. Look after the you, brave Nun. The rolling R is unnecessary, but... I have responsibilities. A tribe that wants for my guidance and protection. I can ill afford to tarry here much longer. Nevertheless, it is with some regret that I take my leave. For all their faults, of which they have many, they are my companions, and I will miss them. Well, let's hear it, Commander. I will also not pick this one because Sucro does not drink wine. Let the company of heroes be disbanded. I'm not doing the Sucro voice. Indeed. I mean to return to Wineport as soon as I've tied up a few final loose ends here. Speaking of wine, I've always preferred the older vintages. Left to sleep in their barrels for many a summer, they come out tasting better than ever. One might say the same about our own company. Yeah, I chose incorrectly for the Landonil choice, I guess. Oh yeah, it is funny to intimidate Gegaruju in the Dancer quest. I did that part of the Dancer quest on stream. Dancer is a fun job, I think.
Brayflox wants busy work. Brayflox awaits Uplander's lip flaps.
No more cheese wars, please. That is a fantastic dialogue option to have. Please, no more cheese fighting.
Brayflox feels heavy heart, but accepts Uplander's bossy words. Brayflox had good times and happy feels with copy friends. But good times will come again, and when they do, new boomsticks will bring Blasty Doom with much fastness.
Brayflox is pretty great. And you also. Well, I mean... the phrase cheese content is funny. And on that note, I ought to be on my way.
Slipping away again, are we? You are a creature of habit. I resented you for it at the time, you know, but I think I understand now. Better to shun fame and not serve as an example for glory seekers too eager to fight and too quick to die. You're overthinking it. I'm a creature of whimsy, a man who lets the tailwind carry him where it will. But more importantly, this new age belongs to the new blood. Had my day in the sun. If you succeed in brokering peace with the Beastmen, there'll be no need to worry about primals. The company can go into permanent retirement. And I can say I did right by the old man. If you hadn't been there for us both, I don't know if I could have pulled the trigger. Thank you, Lawrence. Brother. Ah, I did nothing. It was you who shouldered Captain Bluffus's burden. The entire league. I'm sorry, Merlwyb. I know it hasn't been easy for you. Gasp. But I dare say you've worked hard enough. Maybe us company folk aren't the only ones in need of retirement. But I said too much. Lawrence holding his tongue. Gods, you have changed. But yes, my greatest test as Admiral still lies ahead, as we steer the great ship Vilbrand towards a new future. I'm gonna count that as like another 0.5 nautical metaphors, because it's a repeat of previously mentioning Vilbrand as a ship in this questline, bringing us to a total of 5, I believe. You truly are your father's daughter. I owe you my thanks too. Dare say you did almost as good a job keeping my men to task as I could have done. Goodbye, emote. Call it a hunch, but something tells me our paths may cross again. Probably in the epilogue quest, when all of these things come together. But forgive me if I carry on like I've never seen you before. Not unlike my old friend Mistbeard, I prefer to keep my past in the past. Nod. And with that, I'm off. Take care of yourselves. I think it'd be funny if he just did like a backflip off the ledge for no reason. I thought I saw someone doing the Manderville in the distance, but I think they're just jumping and turning around. Hey, red mages are also allowed to backflip off the edge of the arena, I'll have you know. Can't forget the red mage. The blasphemy is no more, but we will never know lasting peace until the crushing tide agrees to lay down their arms. It will be a daunting task, but as we saw in Sastasha, they are not beyond reason. I will do all in my power to see that your efforts and the sacrifices of my brothers were not in vain. Forgive us, even after being freed from false god's thrall, still we clung to our hateful beliefs. I think my voice for... I forgot his name already. The Nun.
has like bled into the Sahagan voice too. Hanging out with Alphino? Alphino drives people to backflip ruinously? Well, Estinian at least. Well, no, Estinian it's more about Kryl and Tataru, probably, making him elusive jump everywhere. Oh, Red Mage started with both engagement and displacement. They had both of those, like, immediately. When they were added. I think it's just, like... When I played Red Mage, I didn't realize that there was not really... Well, I think there was a reason to use displacement, because I think it adds damage. But I guess you could just use engagement again instead, unless that's... Oh, maybe they didn't have engagement. Maybe I'm just misremembering how Red Mage works. Yeah. Was there a gap closer at the start of the melee combo, not engagement, and it's something else? Engagement is probably something that shares cooldown with displacement and is... Yeah, okay. I forgot Red Mage, sorry. It's been a while. Yeah, oh, wait. Okay, so engagement is just like an alternative to displacement that doesn't make you backflip and that's it, then? Okay. I think I get it.
It was easier to hearken to Speaker Dao's every word and turn a blind eye to the harsh truth. Easier and cowardly. I will return and speak with my brothers of the Crushing Tide. I will tell them of our Queen Mother's sacrifice and the vision of hope you have shared with us. I ask only that you give us time and trust us to make our own decision. You have my word. If you would not be averse, let us return to the spawning grounds together. Adventurer, I have no words to express my gratitude to you. I will repay you the only way I know how, by doing my part to usher in an age where Shorewalker and Sahagan stand as one.
Do your best, Noel.
Just us now, it would seem. Ever since we achieved a measure of peace with the kobolds, I prayed that this day would come. Though it is, of course, only a beginning. Negotiations must be held, and words exchanged in earnest will invariably lead to flared tempers and bruised egos. But such things always accompany meaningful progress. The history of Vilbrand is one of bloodshed, but we have the power to change our ways. After all, it is clear we are united more by our similarities than we are divided by our differences. I will share what I've seen of the Sahagan with my fellow Laminsons, and listen closely to their doubts and concerns. For it must be a harmony not foisted upon them from above, but one which they aspire to of their own free will. No doubt Noel and his brothers feel the same. Smile. Again, you have come to Limpsa's aid, my aid, at a time we needed it most. When we next meet, I hope 'twill not be as admiral and adventurer, but as friends, mayhap trading war stories over ales at the Wench. I don't drink alcohol. But I'll nod anyway. But for now, I must return to my duties. Drafting reports and decrees is hardly the most exciting part of my role, but it is a necessary one. If you happen to pass through Radzatan, pray share your exploits with our delegate there. Doubtless he will be interested to hear your first-hand account. Nod. Here I go. One day I will lay down these muskets of mine for good, but not yet, father. Not yet. That's true. That's similar to ale, sort of. Sucro would probably drink tea occasionally. By the way, Answer's theme. Answer's jump scare. So hey, we did in fact do exactly what I set out to do today. We completed the healer line.
of role quests, and we've just now done the entire Melee DPS one. Well, I mean, once I turn this in. I don't think I even know what malted would mean. That is not an area I have any knowledge of. I don't know what malted things are.
Sucro, you return. Pray tell, what news from my homeland?
Well, a lot happened.
Extraordinary. And a chance at peace with the Sahagin? These are heartening tidings indeed. Without a doubt, you have helped dispel the pall of despair that once hung over all Vilbrand. Our people now bask in newfound hope. I must share the news with the others. Full glad will they be to hear that the threat to Limsa Lominsa is no more.
Mixed with malt. I don't think I even know what malt is, to be honest.
Thank you again, my friend.
A type of grain. You can now dye the job-specific gear for Melee DPS. More than loss. Oh, I see. I don't think malted chocolate milk would work. I don't know much about anything, but I don't think that sounds like something that works, maybe. Hey, wait, why is it showing me all this? That's spoilers. No. Why did it go to jobs and role quests ones instead of... Oh, it is a thing? Oh, chocolate malt. Why did it do that instead of going to recent achievements? Hey, stop that. I saw one of the achievement names in the future. One of the other role quest ones. Without intending to. Oh, is it... Did I click on someone else getting an achievement? No. But yeah, more than loss. I guess loss for the Sahagin of the Queen is the part where that makes sense. What is talking to the people I've already... Cannot thank you enough for assisting the blasphemy hunters in Alamigo and for your work in addressing the root causes of the phenomenon. I've decided to stop voice acting, apparently. We as a country have been made to take a long, hard look at ourselves and the way we treat each other. Perhaps now we can pave the way to a better future as one. Okay, there is dialogue here. Allow me to offer my thanks on behalf of my comrades posted in Alamigo. With the blasphemy finally dealt with, they can all breathe a sigh of relief. To thank the notorious commander of the Company of Heroes would show his face after all these years. I think Norris Chronocross is also a commander, for the record. Ah, my lady Sucro, when you have a moment, I'm ever eager to hear about your adventures. Okay, you just say that. It's not only the blasphemies themselves we're dealing with, but the root causes of the despair that triggers the transformations. Okay, I think I've read this before. So, we have 2 quest lines remaining. And the order that we've decided previously was tank and then ranged DPS. But that'll be on the next stream, probably. But yeah, we're making good progress through all of these, and I think they've all been good so far. Despite warnings that a Melee DPS might not have been particularly great, I think it was fine. I think it was about on the same level as the other ones. Like, I think so far the healer one was my favorite of the 3 I've done. I would not like bet on completing 2 full role quest lines in the next stream, but it is possible. I would bet on I would bet on this or that if I could, but that's the only actual betting that takes place on my stream. I forgot how to use Aetheryte for a second. But what I'm actually trying to say is that I can almost guarantee that one role quest line would be finished in the next stream, and then like probably partial progress on the next one. It's possible that I would manage to do both, but I wouldn't I won't promise it, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Anyway, this has been Final Fantasy XIV, the second half of the Endwalker healer role quests, roughly, and the entirety of the Endwalker Melee DPS role quests. Next time we will begin with the tank Endwalker role quests. And if we complete that, we will begin, potentially, the ranged DPS ones last, and then resume the main story afterwards. Well, not all of that in one stream. Thank you for petting Calico. But yeah, that's the order of operations for the next few streams of this. Tank role quest, ranged DPS role quest, resume. Then after 6.0, the epilogue, and then probably some wacky Hildebrand shenanigans. But yeah, thank you all for watching. As usual, if you're interested in all the various links for social media and donations and whatnot, oriolrobin.card2rs.co. Subscribing and following also would be helpful if you have not, and you are interested in doing so, but none of that is mandatory, just appreciated. And I appreciate that you are here and watching the stream. I hope that it was a fun time for everyone, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day and or night, and I will see you whenever the next time is. Good night, everyone.